The game of baseball is all about opportunity. A Reds rookie thrust into the rotation's top spot to seize that opportunity and shine. However, tonight he faces a proven ace, the league's leading hitter, and perhaps the game's most dangerous hitter. Can he weather the potential storm? We'll find out next on Fox Sports Ohio. Well, we've had a lot of rain, as many of you know, in downtown Cincinnati and all over Reds country today. But right now, dry. And we're set for the Brewers and the Reds on Fox Sports Ohio. It's presented tonight by Kia. And hi again, everybody, alongside the Cowboy, Jeff Brantley. I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds baseball right here on Fox Sports Ohio. Inside the division tonight, the Reds and the Brewers for the very first time. And that means the Brewers get a look at the young phenom left-hander Tony Cingrani.
Well, Tom, we have watched Tony huff and puff his way into this rotation. 2-0 thus far. Lots of fastballs. This guy believes in himself. He wants to be part of this rotation. He wants to be the last man standing.
See his first two starts here at Great American Ballpark. He's been lights out. But tonight he's facing a guy who's carried that mantle of the Brewers ace, and that's Yovani Gallardo.
He has, Tom. This is a veteran pitcher in Gallardo. Spots the fastball, uses the breaking ball when he needs to. If that breaking ball is on, it can make it awfully difficult for Reds hitters. The one thing we do know, he has not won a ball game in this ballpark since 2008.
Well, you talk about experience. That's certainly on the side of Gallardo. The unknown on the side of Tony Cingrani facing this Brewer team, obviously for the first time in his major league career. When we come back, another guy the Brewers get a look at tonight. How good has Shin Soo Choo been for the Reds? We'll talk about that when we return. Great American Ballpark. What about the weather? That's a big topic tonight. It's brought to you by Eric Dieter's attorney at law. And here's our good buddy Tim Hendrick.
Well, if they play tonight, it's Tony Cingrani. Is it his last start before the return of one Johnny Cueto? If they play, a few scattered showers until about 9 o'clock. Temperatures hovering around that 60-degree mark. Enjoy the game on Fox Sports Ohio. Enjoy the game, everybody.
Tim, thank you very much. The Brewers get a look at Shin-Soo Choo. How good has this guy been in so many categories already this year?
Tom, it's almost like watching Joey Votto hit in the leadoff spot for this Reds ball club. He is on base every time you turn around. He's hitting the ball out of the ballpark. I tell you, I don't know that anybody can be more surprised than I am at what he's been able to accomplish. I mean, he is a phenomenal player.
Well, you talk about longevity and you talk about real good ball players. How about the dynamic duo the Reds again will face here tonight? Ryan Braun, we know all about him. Aramis Ramirez just off the disabled list.
Had some issues with his knees, and back in the lineup is Ramirez. Ramirez always tough, especially with runners aboard. Ryan Braun, well, he's tough at any point in time. You've got to make your pitches, especially in this ballpark.
All right, first of three, final three on this homestand. Reds dropped 2 of 3 to start it. But now inside the National League Central, Reds and Brewers for the first time here in 2013, right around the corner. The Ford F-Series truck's a best-selling truck in America 36 straight years. By Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Book your stay at CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili. Feeling good, it's Skyline time. The Joe Morgan exhibit continues on at the Reds Hall of Fame and Museum right next door by the entrance to Great American Ballpark, where Ron Renneke brings the Milwaukee Brewers to town. Brewers 2 games under 500. 15 up, 17 down, in his lineup reads as follows. Aoki leads off in right field. Segura having a good start at short. Ryan Braun in left. Ramirez, Lucroy, Gomez in the middle. Gomez hitting .386. A latter third of the slumping rookie week. Junieski Betancourt red hot right now. Giovanni Gallardo is on the mound and making his 5th major league start here tonight. Left-hander Tony Cingrani.
I think the biggest mark in all of those statistics you see there, only 5 walks in the 24 innings so far for Cingrani. Not the 33 strikeouts. They are a product of attacking the strike zone. That's what this guy does.
Well, if somebody would have told you about 2 hours ago, maybe even an hour ago, that we were starting on time tonight, you'd have never believed it. Yet here we are. Mother Nature cooperating so far. And digging in at strike one to Norichika Aoki, and this one is underway officially at Great American Ballpark. Aoki, coming off his first year in the United States, had an outstanding season in 2012, and back-to-back strikes to start him from Cingrani. .283 batter this year so far as Aoki, with 3 home runs and 7 runs batted in. Started 2 and laid off. Jerry Davis, the crew chief, calling the balls and strikes tonight. Brian Knight at first, Dan Iasonia at second base, and Mark Carlson, the umpire, down at third. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the first hitter of the night, and that one's off the outside corner to even the count. Cingrani's last start, the first start where he did not completely dominate the opposition, and that was against the Cubs. There's a broken bat roller. Scott can run. Frazier scoops, throws not in time, and the Brewers, who lead the major leagues in infield hits so far this year, get one from the very first batter of the night, Aoki. Take a look at the Reds on defense, presented by your Ford dealers. 2 flanked by Paul and Bruce. Frazier and Votto on the corners. Cozart at short, Phillips at second, and look who's back. Activated from a disabled list before the game today. Welcome back, Ryan Hanigan.
First start for Mr. Cingrani with Hanigan behind the plate. And as with any pitcher, Hanigan carries the brain. He'll be just fine.
And a good team to have Hanigan back against. Nothing against Devin Mesoraco, nothing against Corky Miller. But you look at the resume from a season ago, and no one threw out would-be base stealers on a higher percentage than did Ryan Hanigan. And this Brewers team is very much among the most aggressive base running teams in either league. 27 steals in 39 attempts. Butted in the air, and Hanigan, welcome back to the lineup. Doesn't get much better than that. You hope he didn't hurt himself again.
Big time hustle by Ryan Hanigan. You wonder a lot of times if the catcher's able to pick up those short pop-ups, having to release the mask and the helmet. But Hanigan able to find the ball quickly. What a diving play. Nice right there.
Hanigan going all the way back to spring training. Been bothered by a thumb injury, and then of course he had the oblique injury. So by going on the DL for the latter injury, it enabled the initial injury to get significantly better. Here's Ryan Braun, among the most dangerous hitters in all of baseball since he walked into the big leagues, and it's strike one.
Well, it tells you a little bit about how Ron Renicky wants to play this series. He's bunting Gene Segura, who's 5th in the National League in batting average, and he's bunting, trying to move Aoki over for this guy.
Brewers have 3 of the top 7 hitters in the National League in regard to batting average. Gomez, the league leader. Talked about Segura at number 5, and then Ryan Braun 7th.
Well, there's no doubt this club can hit, Tom. They are a fastball hitting machine. Big test for Cingrani because that's his number 1 pitch.
0-1 to Braun. Up and away. Of course, they're still without the services of their longtime rock-solid hitter right in the middle of that lineup. Played right field for many, many years, but then when Prince Fielder left, Corey Hart took over at first base. He had knee surgery back in spring training. They were hoping to have him back. He grew up just down the road in Kentucky. They were hoping to have him back for this series. Then they moved him to the 60-day DL, which meant he can't come back till the 1st of June. 1-2 to Braun.
Watch Cingrani's release here. Takes a hitter a little longer to identify with a new pitcher on the mound. Brewers have not faced this guy in Cingrani, and he's even more difficult to pick up because of his short and quick arm action. The ball appears to be coming out of the back of his hat.
beat him on a fastball, and it's in the air, foul territory, out of play.
Cingrani, nice getting the weight back on that back leg, but as he comes through, even in slow motion there, you can see how quick the arm gets from behind the hat to home plate. See Cingrani taking his time a little bit. Tom, you talked about that earlier with Cingrani. Batters in the big leagues, they take their time getting into the batter's box. Cingrani likes to work quickly. When the batters are making you wait, sometimes you have to alternate or turn around your game plan, if you will, on the mound.
Aoki 4 of 7 in stolen base attempts so far this year. 1 out, 1 on, inning number 1. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Ryan Braun. And that move clearly is not fooling Aoki in the least bit. Keep you up to date on scores around baseball throughout the night. Cardinals will be home in about an hour, hosting Colorado. Runner going, and it's fouled off once more by Ryan Braun. Very much contrasting styles of play between these two teams. The Reds hardly ever run, and the Brewers run seemingly with every other guy in their lineup.
How far Ryan Braun is back in the batter's box, back here. I mean, he is almost out of the batter's box trying to get that fastball.
3-2.
Even a half an inch gives you just that last little split second to pull the trigger. If he moves back another hair, he's out of the box.
Double play ball here. Phillips dropped the ball. So the Brewers will get a 4th out in the inning. You can't charge a player with an error because you cannot assume the double play.
Just looked as though Brandon dropped the baseball as he was going into the glove with his bare hand. Well, you don't see that very much at all. Not from this infield duo.
Well, now you give Ramirez a chance. Miss over 3 weeks after injuring his knee sliding the first week of the season. Tonight is only his 9th game of the year. 11 hits and 27 at bats. You got to keep an eye on Braun, even though he's a number 3 hole hitter. Has attempted 5 stolen bases, been thrown out 3 times.
Almost appears as though every one of these Brewer hitters, once they're aboard, they have the green light.
Well, you look up and down their lineup: Aoki, Segura, Braun, Gomez, Weeks. All those guys can run. They're not blazers, they're not burners. A couple of them are, but
heck, even Lucroy, the catcher's running.
Yep. 2-0 now on Aramis Ramirez. Brewers trying to take advantage of a mental lapse, as the Reds had an easy double play seemingly turned to end the inning. On Aramis Ramirez. Threw a high fastball right by him. Those guys really put together a nice career. Came up initially, of course, with the Pirates, and many outstanding years with the Chicago Cubs. Last year, his first as a Brewer, and got off to a horrific start. but no one was a better hitter in the National League over the last 3.5 months of the season than was Aramis Ramirez. You can go back to those numbers. Over 1,200 runs batted in, closing in on 350 career home runs and nearly a .290 career batting.
He loves hitting with runners aboard. He likes to hit with 2 strikes and hit the ball the other way. Right center field, down the right field line.
That's why I'm a little surprised Brandon Phillips is cheating as far as he is close to the second base bag. Because you're right, we've seen Ramirez get dozens of hits into right field.
Especially with 2 strikes. He pulls the trigger early trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark, but with 2 strikes the other way. Of course, he seems right now he's only got one thing on his mind, and that's hitting the ball out of the ballpark. Now that's no go the other way swing that we've seen the last 3 pitches.
Ramirez out of the box, now back in there. Cingrani waiting on the side by Hannigan. And now the 2-2 with Braun at first and 2 out. Inning over. First strikeout of the inning for Cingrani. He allows an infield hit. So the Reds are coming up against Giovanni Gallardo. No score after the top half of the opening inning. As follows, it'll be Chu in center, Cozart at short, Votto at first, Phillips, Bruce, and Frazier in the middle. Xavier Paul, the nod on the left field tonight. Hannigan in the lineup catching Tony Cingrani. And a guy they've seen a time, 2, 3, 7, or 8 times before, that would be Giovanni Gallardo.
He knows how to add and subtract on the fastball. He likes to take the fastball, elevate it up in the strike zone when he gets ahead in the count, and then drop the breaking ball right behind it. He'll move the ball in and out, but he doesn't throw the ball quite as hard as what we used to see from Gallardo. No longer that 94, 95. He's got to be a little more careful in the strike zone, down around 90, 91 now.
15 career starts for Gallardo against the Reds. Now they've really turned the table on him in recent years. There was a time where you never say he owned them, but he seemed to pitch a good game every time he faced them. But now those numbers read 5-5 with an ERA of up over 4.5. And rarely has there been a lot of middle ground in his starts against the Reds. He's either been lights out, which he's more than capable of doing, and in their games he's gone by the 4th inning.
He has pitched awfully well at home against the Reds. A little more difficult here in this ballpark. He likes to throw a lot of fastballs, and the Reds, as we know, they can flat hit the fastball.
2-1 to Chu at 3:23. 7 home runs, 15 runs batted in. And now a count of 3-1. Of course, Chu's last home run was a game winner here on Tuesday night. Had the pinch hit home run by Mesoraco off Craig Kimbrell to tie it with 2 outs in the 9th inning. And then Chu clubbed that game winner out around the Reds bullpen in left center field to win it.
That was a big time swing too.
3-2 on Shin-Soo Choo, and Gallardo turns it loose, and that's ball 4, and he's aboard to begin the Reds' first inning. Milwaukee defensively, presented by your Ford dealers. They have Braun, Gomez, Aoki, left center and right. Ramirez, Segura on the left side. Segura's a good-looking young player. Wheat and Betancourt, the one-time shortstop, now playing first for the injured Corey Hart. And Jonathan Lucroy healthy again. After injuring his knee last year, he's behind the plate. Chu 3 steals in 4 attempts. The team leader in stolen bases. Big lead over there. And the Reds will ask Cozart to bunt, much like the Brewers did after getting their leadoff man aboard. The difference being Cozart successfully sacrifices Chu.
Tom, we saw this so many times, this exact situation back in the big Pirate days with Bonds and Bonilla and Jay Bell hitting in that number 2 spot with Jim Leyland on the mound. Seemed like every time Jay Bell came to the plate, a runner at first base, he was bunting. Next batter was Bonds, followed by Bonilla, and they were up 1-0.
Yeah, there's about a 2 or 3 year run there where Jay Bell led the National League in sacrifices. Chu dancing around out there. They had Gary Reedus. They were mixing and matching all kinds of guys in that leadoff spot, but there wasn't a whole lot of debate about that.
You got that right.
Once they got to 3, 4, and 5, and they had Bonds, Van Slyke, Bonilla in any given order. Then they came to find out that Jay Bell was a pretty good hitter. He had a nice career.
Yes, he did. Hitting coach now out in Arizona.
Yes. Or with Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
1-0 the count after managing in the Diamondback system and working in their system ever since he retired as a player with the Diamondbacks.
When you said became a pretty good hitter, the only thing I could think of when he was hitting in Arizona.
That's right. Of course, he scored the winning run of that 2001 World Series in Game 7 on a single by Luis Gonzalez against Mariano Rivera. Starting to rain. 1-1 to Votto. And a fastball in the outside corner that's been in the forecast. I mean, all day long they've been saying that there's a real good chance of rain very late into the night. Well, we've just gotten underway.
That's why it bodes well to get on top early, because you never know what's going to happen.
That's strike 3 to Votto, and there are 2 outs in the inning.
That pitch seemed to fool Joey there. A fastball up, in, and out of the strike zone. This one not a 2-seamer. Did not appear to be a strike. Joey tried to foul it off. I think he got in between there. Not sure whether he wanted to foul it off or take it.
Now Brandon Phillips. 29 runs batted in for Brandon Phillips. And he has Chu out there at second base. Trying to get a hit to bring in Chu with the game's first run.
Saw the elevated fastball there by Gallardo to Votto. He likes to do that, whether you're right-handed or left-handed.
Want to know the count on Brandon. Taken outside.
If you're Gallardo here, Tom, you've got a base open with 1 out and a runner at second base. he didn't really give Joey Votto a whole lot to swing at, and he's not doing that either here with Brandon Phillips. He's trying to use the Reds' aggressiveness against them.
3-0. Only Paul Goldschmidt of the Arizona Diamondbacks. What a good-looking young hitter he is, man. He's the only player in the league that's knocked in more runs than Brandon. Goldschmidt with 30. Brandon along with Sean Buck, each with 29. Buck the catcher for the Mets. Here's ball 4. I tell you, that Goldschmidt seemingly every night is getting big hits. Late in games.
He doesn't strike out much. Takes the ball up the middle, will shoot the ball into that right center field gap, and he is a right-handed hitter. But if you leave one, you spin one up there or you hang it and leave it up, he'll hit it out of there in a hurry.
He just wore out the Dodgers the last couple of nights. That Arizona team playing as well as anybody in the National League right now. In fact, they sit atop the National League West. They've won 4 in a row. Now Jay Bruce, 2 on, 2 out. Bottom of the first inning. Beat on a fastball, strike 1.
Jay probably has as good a numbers, if not the best numbers, against Gallardo from the Reds. He's a .414 hitter against Gallardo.
Walks in the inning to Chu and Phillips. A ball and a strike on Jay Bruce.
Well, if you're Dusty Baker, this is a situation you were trying to create. A runner at second base. You've got your 3, 4, and 5 coming up with a chance to drive that run in.
Now Gallardo jumps ahead of Jay Bruce at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Playing through a rain that just began here in the bottom half of the first inning. Boy, it has rained and rained and rained. Kept looking for the animals lining up 2 by 2 earlier today. Speaking of 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 out. Gallardo ready. A look back at Chu. And a fastball is fouled off to the third base side out of play.
Gallardo having a tough time getting his breaking ball for a strike right now. But yet the Reds are tardy on the fastball, and he's not even throwing the ball at his normal velocity. Of course, I believe it's much more difficult to hit in the rain than it is to pitch in the rain.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Another breaking ball for a ball.
Now, why do you believe that?
I just think it's much easier on the mound. You're going through the same types of mechanics. They're not going to allow the pitch surface around the area on the mound to bother you. If it's so wet on the mound, well, then you're not going to be out there anyway. But for the hitter, you've got to see through the rain. You've got rain dripping off the top of your helmet, and visualization is the biggest key for a hitter.
3-2 pitch. We'll do it again. Be the 8th pitch in this at bat to Bruce. The inning began with a bunt by Chu, or a walk to Chu, a bunt to get him to second by Kozak. Votto struck out before Phillips walked. And now a chance for Jay Bruce. And time is called before this 3-2 pitch.
even there, Tom, I think Jake got to the plate, started to get ready, and the rain started to ruffle over the front bill of his helmet, made him step right out of the batter's box.
Jumped on that pitch, but a little far out in front, pulled it foul. So there'll be a ninth pitch in this at bat.
When you're standing on the mound, Tom, the hats that you wear out there, they soak up the rain. Those plastic hats or the hard plastic helmets that the hitters wear, that rain just keeps dripping right off the top of it.
Of course, the Brewers never have to deal with this kind of thing playing at home.
No, they don't.
They have that retractable dome at Miller Park in Milwaukee. Three balls and 2 strikes to Jay Bruce. Gallardo ready. The pitch. Struck him out. Inning over. 2 men left. End of 1. No score. Some of the folks hanging out here in the rain, and they came prepared. Started falling just about 10 or 15 minutes ago, and we're continuing to play through it. No score. We begin the second inning with Lucroy, Gomez, and Weeks against Tony Cingrani, who only allowed a broken bat infield hit to the leadoff man Aoki. And now waiting on Lucroy to get into the batter's box. You know, it makes you almost wonder. We have seen the Brewers already, and not that I can recall them being any different watching them the last number of years, and a lot of these same guys we've seen over the last number of years, including Lucroy, but they seem to be spending a lot more time before they're getting into the batter's box. And it gets back to something, Cowboy, you touched on briefly earlier, that you and I talked about at length during Cingrani's start in Washington, D.C. about a week and a half ago. That Cingrani's been very surprised at how long it takes batters to get into the box and ready to hit, and that in the minor leagues it doesn't take nearly as long. But make no mistake about it, all the teams get all the clips and every newspaper article and every single thing that every player says, and if you pay close enough attention to it, it almost makes you wonder if that's not part of the scouting report the Brewers have on Tony Cingrani.
You got it.
I could be 1,000% wrong in that assessment.
I think you're right on the money. This is exactly what the Brewers are trying to do today. Slow Cingrani down. Every one of them. They start to the batter's box and stop right before they step in. But that's up to the home plate umpire, Jerry Davis. In the minor leagues, they enforce that quickness rule. You don't get a chance to walk around out of the batter's box and smoke a cigarette. You got to get in there and play.
I'm amazed it hasn't become more and more of an issue at the major league level. They certainly talk about it, because they spend a lot of time examining the length of the game and trying to speed up the game. But this at bat right here is a prime example of why the games are not as quick as perhaps some of the baseball powers would like it to be.
And Jonathan Lucroy will tell you, well, it's wet. I wanted to make sure my helmet was dried off and my bat was dried off. Well, didn't work.
Fly ball to right field. Bruce doesn't have to move.
Talk about a guy turning his career around. Here's one of them right here. He has gotten off to a smoking start here in 2013.
Well, it's interesting. You talk to the Brewers people. Gomez has been a guy who was a regular player, highly touted prospect coming up with Minnesota. Never lives up to all that billing. Ends up in a big trade. Comes to Milwaukee. And you may remember they gave him every opportunity to be the everyday guy for about 2 years, and he never played well enough to keep the job. He was sharing time with Nigel Morgan. Then last year when Morgan did not play well, Gomez all of a sudden took off. He had an outstanding final second half of the year. And the Brewers in spring training, I think to the absolute shock and dismay of everybody in baseball, gave him a 3-year contract for whatever the amount of money. It was a lot of money, $7 or $8 million a year. And everybody said, you got to be kidding me. Well, there are some that follow the team and will tell you that has taken all of the pressure off of Gomez, and he's finally playing up to his potential, coming in with his 14-game hitting streak and leading the league with a .386 average.
And we've seen the opposite of that happen. Guy signs a long-term deal, tries to live up to it, doesn't do well at all. This guy gets a contract and has so far lived up even more so to expectations. This kid's always been awfully aggressive. Never seen him trot on anything. I mean, he is always full speed from the get-go. And he can cover some center field as well.
Apparently very well liked in the clubhouse. Very outgoing, bubbly sort of personality about him. Plays with a lot of passion, a lot of fire. 1-2 pitch. Phillips to his left. 2 out.
Now that's the one thing that Gomez has changed. With 2 strikes, shortening up, trying to shoot the ball the other way. It didn't work there, but that is a grand plan, and that's the reason he's hitting much better than he has in the past.
Now here's a guy that's going the other way, and that's Ricky Weeks. I don't know about you, Cowboy, but every time we see Weeks, it seems like he's running around the bases, if not trotting around the bases.
Well, he used to be.
See, 19 career home runs against the Reds, by far more than any other opponent. That's mind-boggling. The Brewers dropped him all the way down to the 7th spot in the batting order 2 days ago for the first time this year.
I mean, there was a while when you and I both came to the Reds where this guy, I mean, he looked like MVP numbers against the Reds when he came up. Throw him a breaking ball, he shoots it in the right center field gap, a fastball, and he hits it out of the ballpark. What are you going to do? And it didn't matter who was facing.
1-1 to Ricky Weeks. No score. We're in the second inning. And a fastball at the bell to strike. Weeks thought that ball was high. Weeks got off to the terrible start as well last season. Was much better in the second half, but still not the player that he was for the 3 or 4 years prior to that.
And I think it's affected him not only with his offensive numbers, but it's affected him in the defensive department as well. He doesn't cover nearly the range that he had before. And granted, he was never a defensive specialist from that side, but he was always an offensive threat.
2-2 on Weeks. Ronnie trying to clean off those spikes. Of course, they had the tarp covering the infield all day today. Just pulled it off just before game time, but it has continued to rain. Looper into right field. Bruce has got it, and that's all. 1-2-3 go the Brewers. Reds back in the bottom of the second inning of a scoreless game. Six, 7, 8 at Great American Ballpark. $48. You get 4 view level tickets and 4 Reds hats. Where are you going to beat that? Cubs will be in town during those dates, along with the Cleveland Indians. 381 Reds, a number to dial. Corporal Schweikert was acknowledged in between innings for his service for the United States of America, and while they had him on the big board in left center field, proposed to his girlfriend. How about that? Congratulations and thank you for your service. First pitch swinging, hard hit ball by Frazier, but right at Aoki. 1 pitch, 1 out.
I'm amazed, Tom, that the Brewers were playing Frazier down the right field line.
So is he.
When he is such a good fastball hitter, but yet that's exactly where Aoki was playing him.
Frazier still can't believe it. He walked back to the dugout just staring out there at Aoki.
He laces a breaking ball. Looked like a double all the way when it came off the bat. And he gets nothing out of it but a U-turn to the dugout.
Now Xavier Paul at 255, a home run, 9 runs batted in, and he takes a strike. Playing in the rain here at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. Weeks for out number 2. Reds had a scoring chance in the opening inning and a runner at second base with 1 out. Votto struck out. Phillips walked to put 2 on for Jay Bruce, and he struck out.
This is the kind of night where you just have to be mentally tough on this kind of field. It's going to be wet. It's going to be nasty. You're not going to be comfortable. You've just got to be better than the other guy.
Now Ryan Hannigan, first game back off the disabled list, looks at a strike. Of course, he got off to the terrible start. Just 3 hits and 38 at bats, but has been bothered with a sore thumb going all the way back to spring training. Made 3 rehab appearances down in Louisville, went 3 for 8, and won't come back. He's already made a play defensively, and there's a base hit his first time up in the lineup here tonight.
I think that tells you a little bit about Ryan Hannigan. Not really one to talk a whole lot about how he's feeling. He knows how important his game calling ability and how well he works with the starting pitchers and the pitching staff in general, for that matter, and how important that is for him being on the field. Oblique issue, thumbs on both hands, not hitting the ball, but yet he's still going out there. I mean, the Reds finally had to say, hey, look, enough's enough. We need you healthy.
Cingrani 1 of 8 as a batter since being brought up from Louisville. One and one. Remember, different starting times for each of these 3 games in the series. Tomorrow is a 4:10 first pitch. Aroldis Chapman bobblehead giveaway to the first 30,000 tomorrow late in the afternoon. And then the series finale and the wrap up to this home stand is at 1:10 on Mother's Day. And boy, don't forget about Mom on Sunday. I don't care if you got to go busting out of the house to get something at 11 p.m. tonight.
You better come on with it.
2-2 on Cingrani. And the Reds are off on another 3-city road trip. They'll be going inside the National League East. Starting in Miami, up to Philadelphia, further up the coast to New York. Not one of those 3 teams on the upcoming road trip is even at the 500 mark. Miami way down. Philadelphia now 4 games under. And the New York Mets 3 games under. Got to play well here in this series and that road trip. Inning over. A hit, a man left. We played 2. Game 1 of this 3-game set. And we're scoreless. Lawyers for serious injuries. Well, 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Good news from Dayton yesterday, Cowboy, on Johnny Cueto in a rehab start.
You just got to believe that it's not going to take long, especially after going out 3 innings, struck out 4 batters. He did give up a run, gave up 4 hits, but you get to that 5-inning mark, boy, it'll make the Reds really itchy at the trigger point.
And the idea being in another 5 days from now, he'll make one more start. They're still debating on where that's going to be. They know Louisville's going to be out of town. So it will either be in Dayton again or in Pensacola. But the only run Cueto gave up last night apparently was a ball that the center fielder tried to make a diving play on. Should have been a single. But when he dove and missed, it turned into a triple. So that was a run that he wound up giving up. Believe it or not, a few remnants of sunshine here right now as we begin the top of the 3rd. And here's Betancourt. Wow, what a start. This guy tore it up in spring training after getting released last year in Kansas City. Played winter ball down in Mexico. Been around the big leagues for a number of years, primarily as a shortstop. Had a great spring with Philadelphia, but they didn't have any room for him, and the Brewers brought him back. They'd had him before. 8 home runs and 24 runs batted in.
He has always been a very good fastball hitter, but not so much breaking ball hitter. That's one of the reasons he went to Mexico. There's a whole lot of folks in that Mexican league throwing every kind of breaking ball imaginable. And he found some success there. Obviously, he is using that to his advantage here in the get-go with his opportunity here.
Well, apparently last year, the one-time Brewers manager, now manager in Kansas City, Ned Yost, just made some very disparaging comments about Betancourt, being part of a losing environment that we don't want around here anymore. And naturally, anybody, if that was said about you or me, you'd have to go back to the drawing board and re-examine what exactly is going on. Rarely do you hear that kind of talk come from somebody. If you don't like a guy or you don't want him around, you just release him and you move on. He has gone swinging to begin the 3rd inning. Strikeout number 2 for Cinquani. Well, right now on FoxSportsOhio.com, a Bengals running back joins Team Jack. My main man, Brian Billick's going to discuss the Bengals defense. They started their rookie training camp, some of the new draft picks on hand, and try out the most social second screen experience using Game Connect. It's brought to you by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO. Drive safe, spend less. Can't believe my football broadcast partner is on FoxSportsOhio.com. Boy, he must really have a lot of downtime right now. 0-2 on Gallardo.
Pretty good breaking ball there by Cinquani. Pulls the rabbit out of his hat here against a pretty good hitting pitcher in Gallardo. Already got 2 home runs on the year. Pulls that baby straight down and through the strike zone. You see all the fastballs that Cinquani throws, but yet he's only had 5 total innings in this young big league career where he has not struck out a batter. Only 5.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Cinquani here in the 3rd inning. Got that great look on the slow-mo, brought to you by Performance Honda.
That pitch there is set up by the breaking ball earlier. You start it down low, hitter swings over the top of it, you come back with the same location, and then it explodes into the mitt.
So now we begin the second time through the Milwaukee batting order against Cingrani, and here's Aoki, who had their only hit, an infield roller that he legged out to the left side, leading off the game.
This time Todd Frazier has moved in well on the grass at third base, in case that little top heavy ball rolls his way again.
We told you the Brewers, they have almost 20 infield hits already this season. The man in the on deck circle leading the brigade, Segura. We talked about they've got good speed, placed up and down different spots in their batting order. 2-1 to Aoki.
He was taking all the way right there. That was nothing more than trying to throw off the concentration of the pitcher on the mound.
3-1. Aoki is 2 for 2 tonight. That one's slapped by Kozai.
Aoki bails out towards first base with his front foot. You can see that foot coming down the first baseline, but yet his body, the upper part of his body, stays out over the plate. And that's exactly where the bat head goes. Contact, single.
Nice player, Aoki. He really had a good year last year.
Especially in the leadoff spot, batting in front of the guys that they have with Braun and Ramirez, and when Corey Hart's healthy, Corey Hart. This team has not had a whole lot of issues scoring runs.
Well, they were the first National League team last year since the Colorado Rockies, back when they were lighting it up on a nightly basis, when they initially moved into Coors Field, to lead the league in both home runs and stolen bases. It is rare to see that combination in the same year. 0-1 pitch. Moving Segura back off the plate, a ball and a strike. And they did that, leading the league in home runs, a year after they said goodbye to Prince Fielder. Fielder now swinging that big lumber for the Detroit Tigers, helping them to get to the World Series last year, of course. 1-1, and now they have Aoki caught, and that's all. He looked like he had a good read on that move the first go around, but not this time. No score after 2.5.
In. Well, he punched him out with that move there. bunch of picks the first time, you would think, as Tom said, that Aoki would have had it figured out. But that shows you how similar the move to home plate with that front leg is for Cingrani as it is when he picks to first base. When you have a similar move to home as you do throwing to first, it makes it tough on the base run.
So top of the order for the Reds. Chu walked his first time up, wound up being stranded at second base along with Brandon Phillips at first base. And it's a ball and a strike to Shin-Soo Choo. A lot of folks who had tickets to this game appear to be just getting down to the ballpark now. And you can certainly understand that. I mean, Cowboy, I think you and I would have both lost a lot of money if somebody would have asked us, you know, even about 6 o'clock tonight if we were going to even have a game here tonight.
It was raining cats and dogs, and I'm not talking about sprinkling either.
No. Pouring at different points in time, as many of you know, in and around greater Cincinnati most of the day. 2-2 on a fastball up and in. Two on the way, and it's ball 3.
You almost have to look down against a pitcher like Gallardo. If not, you're going to chase that ball up in the strike zone time and time again, and you're going to come up empty. You look down, it allows you to lay off the breaking ball if he starts it low, and you can stay on the fastball.
Well, look at that league average number on a full count. I'm stunned how low that average is. Are you?
Yes.
Chu draws a walk. Well, if you're hitting the road, why not take Fox Sports Ohio's coverage of Reds baseball with you with MLB.tv. Visit Reds.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv is baseball everywhere. While we have a moment, we'd like to send our best, our thoughts and prayers to Johnny Lendensky, an 8th grader from Loveland. Had a severe infection that reached his brain and not out of the woods yet, but has spoken a few words. They've taken off his ventilator, and his favorite players are Joey Votto and Brandon Phillips, huge Reds fans. So, Johnny, we're thinking about you. And our thoughts and prayers with you to get healthier and stronger every day.
Fight on, my friend. Fight on.
Well, Kozar was asked to bunt in this situation his first time up. No sign of a bunt this time, and they pitch out and Chu not running. 2-0.
It almost seems as though the Milwaukee defense is expecting something to be put on here as much as they're moving around. A lot of times, Tom, from the opposite dugout, if you bunt the first time, maybe Ron Renicky is thinking, okay, they're not going to bunt this time. Maybe they'll start the runner and try to hit and run to try to move them along. Anything to stay out of the double play with Votto and Phillips coming up.
I got to be honest with you, and really you can understand the reluctance of Dusty Baker to want to hit and run or do anything the way the Reds have been swinging and missing. But, Cowboy, I got to be honest, and you see a lot more of the games than I do. I cannot remember the last time the Reds hit and run.
Normally that was left up to Ryan Hannigan in that number 8 spot. Well, that was a high strike right there. Lucroy stood up to catch this ball.
And called a strike.
Kozar shaking his head. Nose to your toes, strike zone.
3-1 delivery, Chu running. And into center field, Chu will have to retreat. 1 out.
And that was not a hit and run there. That was stealing on his own by Chu, and Cozart happening to get a pitch he could handle.
Votto struck out with Chu at second base in the first inning. Reds in that series finale against Atlanta held to just 2 runs on 7 base hits. They have 1 hit so far here tonight, a 2-out single by Hannigan in the second inning. We're scoreless in the third. 1 on, 1 out. Ball hit hard, but right at the left fielder Braun. 2 out.
You know, it is amazing, Tom, that most infields in the National League play Joey Votto to pull, but yet the outfields are straight up. That tells you that he hits ground balls most of the time, either up the middle or to the right side, and he drives the balls in the air all over the place.
So now Brandon Phillips. He walked his first time up.
Slow curveball there by Gallardo, and he had Phillips falling down on the back knee.
Well, really the only knock you have on Gallardo when you talk about, you know, the number 1 or number 2 pitchers on rotations of the better teams inside the National League Central over the last number of years, would really be his lack of success against the 2 teams that have been the best in the division along with Milwaukee, and that would be against the Cardinals and the Reds. He's mentioned only a .500 record against the Reds, and he seemingly every time he takes the mound against St. Louis is out of the game by the 3rd or 4th inning. I mean, the numbers are staggering how badly St. Louis has beaten a guy who is a really good pitcher.
Well, his first loss, his only loss here this year, came against the Cardinals in his 3rd start, and he won 3 games in a row. His last start was against the Cardinals. He gave up four runs in 6 innings in that start.
But that's a vast improvement compared
to what it was last year. You're right about that.
First time against St. Louis this year. 5 1/3, 6 runs. And Cowboy mentioned 6 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs. His last outing against the Redbirds. 1-2 to count on Phillips. Runner goes. And no throw for Lucroy. Something you'd like to see the Reds do a little bit more of on the guys they have. They don't have much team speed, but certainly Chu more than capable.
Well, if you pick the right pitch to go, especially with this combination, Gallardo very slow to the plate, even though Lucroy can throw. If you've got a guy on the mound and he's slow getting the ball to home plate, you're running on him. You're not running on the catcher anyway. You pick a breaking ball, you got a pretty good chance to make it, and that's what that pitch was there.
It's only the 11th stolen base so far this year for the Reds. 2-2 on Phillips. Breaking ball away. So Gallardo got ahead of Brandon at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Has missed the last 2 pitches, running the count full. Bruce waiting. Phillips, meanwhile, right here and right now, trying to plate the game's first run.
If you're Gallardo, you're not giving him a cookie here, especially after striking out Bruce to end the first.
There's a base hit into left field, and look who's delivered yet again in crunch time. It's been pretty much Phillips or nobody else. 30 runs batted in for Brandon Phillips in a 1-0 lead.
3-2 breaking ball. And Phillips is still able to stay on it enough to shoot it through the infield. He didn't hit it hard, but he hit it enough to get it through the hole on the left side, and that'll score 2 after the stolen base.
Well, that's where that stolen base becomes such a weapon. If you can pick the right time against the right guy. If he doesn't steal that base, you're looking at first and second with 2 outs in the inning again.
Also tells you a little bit about Phillips' ability to drive the ball the other way.
That one slipped out of his hand coming out, ball 1.
Phillips has enough confidence to stay back long enough, let the ball get deep. If it's a fastball, I shoot it into right field. If it's a breaking ball, the bat head continues through the strike zone, and I just pull it into left. Worked right in his favor there.
Jay Bruce struck out his first time up.
See Phillips load that backside. Not a whole lot of stride there with 2 strikes. Using his hands and his hips to get the bat head through the strike zone. That's not a place where you're trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark. You're trying to make solid contact.
Gallardo wondering where that missed. 3-0 to Bruce. Well, with all the success Bruce has had against Gallardo, 3-0 count, 2 outs in the inning. Runner at
Let him swing. Let him swing.
Only 1 more strike than balls so far thrown by Gallardo.
Gallardo has nibbled around the plate this entire ball game, but the Reds have gone out of their element more times than not.
That ball hit right on the screws and off the glove of a leaping Aoki. Phillips rounding third. He will score, and it's 2-0 Reds. Hard hit ball, run scoring double by Jay Bruce.
Gallardo came inside with a fastball, 3-0, and Bruce fouled it off. He comes back in again. I don't think that's where Lucroy wanted that pitch. He wanted the ball away, and that ball ends up middle in, and Jay punished it. Phillips scored all the way from first base. You don't need a stolen base when they bang it off the wall.
So now the inning continues for Frazier. And again, look where Aoki is playing Frazier. Much closer to the line than you would normally see a right fielder. And that's exactly where Frazier hit it. His first time out. Tenth double, 18-run batted in this season for Jay Bruce.
For a moment, Tom, I thought Aoki was going to catch that ball.
Well, it hit him right in the glove. Obviously, it wasn't an easy play. I'm not suggesting that, but I mean, it looked like he leaped and didn't need to leap. Maybe
right.
That ball had a lot of top spin on it. And then once it got closer to where he was, further away from where it left the bat, it looked like he jumped it, didn't have to do it.
Well, there are some guys that run, and when they're on their toes, it's a soft run. Your head doesn't shake. You can see the ball a little bit easier. You can see Aoki jump. I think he just took his eye off the ball. That ball hit right in the heart of his glove.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was looking to the wall. I think he thought he was going to hit the wall on catch. Took his eye off the ball.
2-1 on Todd Frazier. Next pitch will be the 30th of the inning for Yovani Gallardo. 18 of Frazier's 24 runs batted in have come on the home front. Pretty good names on that list. Posey, Braun, Harper.
He's got a chance to add to his lead right here. Let's get it on.
Pretty good 3-1 pitch right there.
I don't care what kind of hitter you are. You don't want to swing at this 3-1. Let that thing just do what it's going to do and gear up for 3-2.
Came back with a 3-2, and this time, of course, he takes a swing and fouls it off. We'll do it again.
That is what has made Gallardo so difficult to hit throughout his career, is his ability to command that short, quick breaking ball and still have that high velocity heater. Not quite as sharp as we've seen him in the past.
There's ball 4. That's 4 walks in the game tonight by Yovani Gallardo.
Now Rick Kranitz will head out to the mound and give his right-hander a breather. Talked about the strike ball ratio, 34 strikes, 32 balls, 66 pitches here in the early going for the right-hander Gallardo.
Well, Reds fans, you know the drill. For Red hits a home run off that Toyota sign out by the Power Stacks during our game tonight. Diane Tobias of Cincinnati will win the beautiful new Tundra on display here at the ballpark. And why not register for your chance to win that Tundra? All you have to do is stop by your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. 2 in, 2 on, 2 out. Xavier Paul bounced out to Ricky Weeks, his only time up tonight.
Has not been a strike one night for Gallardo. He is trying to make Reds hitters either chase the breaking ball on the first pitch or chase that high fastball on the first pitch.
Breaking ball on the inside corner to even the count. There's a number you were talking about, Cowboy.
50% won't get it done.
One way it's going to happen is if you just have overwhelmingly dominant stuff. And you can come back from falling behind ball 1 half the time. There are a lot of people that'll tell you that the first pitch of the at-bat, if you fall behind ball 1, if you get to strike 1, then the third pitch of the at-bat in essence becomes like the first pitch of the at-bat. And then you take the numbers off from there and getting ahead 1 and 2 as opposed to 2 and 1. Thirty-fifth pitch in this inning for Gallardo. 2-1 the count on Xavier Paul. Gallardo can't believe it.
Well, the problem with Gallardo is he has been up, down, in, out. And it's difficult on the home plate umpire calling that big sweeping curveball and then give you the pitch that is right at the borderline of the bottom of the strike zone.
Took a funny bounce, but able to handle it to shortstop Segura, and that's all. But the Reds score twice. Phillips and Bruce driving in runs. 2-0 Cincinnati in front. Reds' most recent win, a walk-off win, game-ending home run by Shin-Soo Choo. But in the history of Great American Ballpark, who has the most game-ending hits? It's a good question. Ballpark's been around, of course, since 2003. So we will give you a little while to think about that. Two runs, 3 hits, 5 men left on base for the Redlegs. Milwaukee, no runs, 2 hits, 1 man left against Tony Cingrani. Big inning here for Cingrani. He got 2, 3, and 4 in the batting order. Segura, Braun, Ramirez. Segura tried to bunt his first time up, and Ryan Hannigan made a marvelous play in foul ground. Diving towards the third base side, foul territory, over by the on deck circle, and made a brilliant diving catch. 1-1 on Segura. This is a great play.
And a heads up play coming out from behind that catcher's squat and getting into the dive right out of the gate.
In the air, right field. So Bruce back up, still backing. And that ball flies out of here. I cannot believe it. That looked like a pop fly into medium depth right field. And it continued to carry all the way into the stands. I think Jay Bruce is done.
Shea looked like he was going to camp after a couple of steps, Tom. And he kept drifting back, and finally he had to leap. And you could see Segura got the bottom half of the ball, almost a tomahawk type of swing on a high pitch. It's a heck of an effort. The ball bounced just over the top of the wall, just out of the grass with Jay.
And here's another one. This one's much more well hit, and just like that, we're tied.
Well, this group has scored 29 runs, this Milwaukee Brewers club, in the last 4 times that Gallardo has been to the mound.
Well, that didn't take long. That lead is just completely vanished on 2 swings here in the Milwaukee 4th inning. This one was killed.
Back-to-back fastballs, back-to-back home runs the other way. And then a curveball. And there have not been too many of those here for Tony Cingrani in the early going. But after those 2 swings, better pull another rabbit out of the hat. See where that pitch is, out over the plate. And that's exactly where Braun likes it.
Now on Aramis Ramirez.
This is the first batter here tonight that Cingrani has thrown 2 off-speed pitches to. Curveball in the dirt. The last pitch was a changeup up and away.
Maybe Cingrani a little rattled after those back-to-back home runs to begin this inning by Segura and Vaughn. That's his first walk. 3 in a row reached base after Cingrani was taken to the 2-0 lead.
Well, that's the tough part, Tom. When you're a starting pitcher and you use nothing but fastballs for the first 3 innings, and then you come back to a position where you need a breaking ball or a changeup and you haven't thrown it for 45 minutes, it's not going to be sharp. That's what the Reds are trying to get young Tony Cingrani to work into, mixing in a few more early in the game. Off-speed pitches, that is.
Jonathan Lucroy behind 0-1. And another fastball is off the inside corner. That'll even account. 1st and 3 with the Brewers in town. Red starting pitchers, after really going through about a 3.5-4 week stretch where it would be impossible or almost impossible to get better starting pitching than the Reds had, have all of a sudden now gone almost 2 full turns through the rotation without getting what is described as a quality start. Now you can sit there and yell at the TV and say, quality start, what does that mean? Who came up with that idea? Look, we don't make the rules, but that's just what it is. 6 innings or more, 3 runs or less. Mike Leake was right on target after 7 innings, having allowed just 2 runs the other day, but he was allowed to get the ball in the 8th inning and was charged for 2 more runs. So it wound up being 7 innings, 4 runs when all was said and done, charged to Leake. Cingrani in a world of trouble. Back-to-back home runs, a walk and a single. 2 on and nobody out.
Now this is an awfully good fastball hitting team. We talked about that from the beginning of this ball game. And the Brewers are starting to make an adjustment. Now, if you're Tony Cingrani, you have got to adjust on your side of the pitcher's mound. If you don't, it's going to be a short night.
So Brian Price to visit with Mr. Cingrani, and we remind you of the Ohio Lottery Mega Millions jackpot is now up to $154 million. And that drawing is coming your way tonight at 11 o'clock. Good luck.
You see the conversation on the mound. This is not joking around time for Brian Price. He's just trying to make sure that the strategy is purposeful. You mix in your off-speed pitches. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have to throw them right down the middle of the plate, but you've got to show them in a position to where the hitter will be thinking about that pitch. If you're going to bounce it or throw it up and away, their mind is only going to be on the fastball, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now.
Well, the Reds believe the Brewers are going to ask the leading batting average hitter in the league with 2 on and nobody out to put down a bunt. That would be Carlos Gomez. First pitch swinging, and he let it rip. Strike 1. Doesn't mean he won't bunt now. We'll see. Frazier still in on the grass at third base by a step.
Well, third base coach Ed Cedar gave no signs. Matter of fact, I don't know that he's given any signs tonight, except a high 5 and a low 5 on Segura and Braun coming around third.
Should be noted, Cingrani here, the second time through this Brewers batting order, has not retired a single batter. Aoki had the single in the 3rd inning and was picked off. Since then, homer, homer, walk, single. And ahead of Gomez and a ball and 2 strikes.
Think about throwing breaking balls and changeups earlier in the ball game, Tom. When you get in this kind of situation for Cingrani, it gives you an extra pitch that you can have confidence in instead of just the fastball.
But still nothing but fastballs. 2-2. Fredo Simon beginning to throw now in the Reds bullpen. We are in the 4th inning. Brewers have scored twice. We're tied at 2. That one pulled foul on another fastball. Now we know different, but I mean, Cowboy, so far in this game, if the pitch tracks is correct, Cingrani's not thrown more than 3 off-speed pitches this entire game.
Now, I've counted 3 changeups and a curveball.
Okay, 4 of them.
Actually, 3 changeups, 2 curveballs. Now make it 3.
Barely getting a piece to stay alive is Gomez.
Curveball there, and watch how far out in front Gomez is on this pitch.
Two on, nobody out. 2-2 on Gomez, and Cingrani the pitch. Ground ball down to third. Frazier taps it back. Gonna have to cut it loose. He does. And a much needed double play for Cingrani and the Reds.
Nice backhand by Frazier. He goes right to the bag. The crow hop and the laser throw across the infield. Well, Frazier turns the double play on his own there. And if you're a pitcher, you take him when you need him. He didn't need it back in the 1st inning. He needed it then.
So now Ricky Weeks with a go-ahead run at second base. That's Lou Croy, the runner. And 2 are out in the inning. Weeks flied out to Jay Bruce, his first time up. Reds got 2 runs in the bottom of the 3rd inning thanks to a walk. A 2-out single by Phillips. Brandon scored on a double by Jay Bruce. Reds stranded 2 to end the inning. And then the first 2 batters in this Milwaukee 4 tied the game. Back-to-back home runs from Segura and Vaughn. And now Cingrani, after the big double play ball, trying to keep it at a 2-2 game. Man who his last start got a chance to pitch in the major league city closest to his hometown, pitching at Wrigley Field in Chicago. Breaking ball low and in, 2-1. I would imagine he had to be very nervous in that game. He gave up the 4 runs, but he gave up a pair of 2-run home runs to the same player, Alfonso Soriano.
Yeah, not for Soriano, he would have been flirting with the no-hitter for a while there. He's the only guy that made contact for quite a bit in that game.
Cingrani rubbing up a new baseball. It's a 3-1 count on Weeks.
That was another changeup there, down in the dirt away from Ricky Weeks. He is looking nothing but fastball here. You can book it.
Weeks waiting, and Cingrani is not throwing the fastball. Throws him a changeup, 3-1, and missed. Here's a head and shoulders whiff of Old Spice. Betancourt his last time up. Empty. Empty. The whiff of Old Spice.
It was a whiff, all right. The old high hard one. I'd sure like to have that again right now. Not quite the snap on that last fastball from Cingrani.
Over the screen and out of play. It's 1 ball and 1 strike to Betancourt.
Good changeup by Cingrani there, and Betancourt looking dead red fastball way out in front. And it's not that you have to become a changeup curveball artist in order to get big league hitters out. That's not what I'm saying. It's just that you mix it in every once in a while to keep them off the good fastball. Pound that sucker inside.
Now 1-2, getting ahead with a fastball.
That high fastball now will be a little more enticing to Mr. Betancourt.
And that's all she wrote on that high fastball. The Brewers tie the game on home runs by Segura and Vaughn. But Cingrani able to pitch out of further trouble. We're tied at 2. In Great American Ballpark history, the answer would be, how about that, Adam Dunn. Should be noted that Jay Bruce and Joey Votto are 1 behind him with 7. Of course, a number of those for Mr. Dunn were game-ending home runs. You talk about the Reds. I mean, they won their division in 2010. They won it again, of course, last year. And they lead all of Major League Baseball in game-winning hits going back to the start. Well, you look at Adam Dunn this year, Cowboy, and after last year he hit 204, knocked in 96, hit 41 home runs. This year is batting 145. 145, and in the lineup every day for the White Sox. 6 home runs, 12 runs batted in. His on-base percentage is almost 100 points higher, a lofty 242. Well, the White Sox signed him for a long time.
That's what happens. You sign a guy to a 6 or 7 year deal, and you're only looking at the current year. You got a few left, and they're not going to be pretty. I don't care how good the guy is.
0-2 on Hannigan, who singled his only at bat, his first back in the lineup, and this one a number back to the mound. This will be an easy play. Well, the Reds could use an extended inning. That did not take very long. And now Cingrani's night is over. They are taking him out of this game at the end of 4 innings tonight. They're going to call him back for a pinch hitter. It'll be Donald Lutz, 85 pitches in his 4 innings tonight.
Well, in order for you to learn as a pitcher, sometimes being taken out of the ball game in the 4th inning in a 2-2 game, you kind of think to yourself, okay, well, what did I do wrong? Did I not? How did I approach this game, or how should I approach it the next time I'm out there? If you've got 100 pitches to work with, you want to get there every time.
Are you surprised he's coming out of the game, though, after the end of 4?
After his last inning? No. I could see the fatigue in his arm. But that's why they call it pitching and not throwing.
So here's big Donald Lutz. Lutz had a hit in 4 consecutive games. He got the start the other day. It was the only start among that run of 4 straight games where he got a base hit. He's come into games and stayed in a game. And maybe in his second at bat, as he did 4 nights ago in the series opener against Atlanta, he had a base hit. 2 other hits coming off the bench. As a pinch hitter,
hey, if this kid keeps coming as he has over the last couple of years, if he keeps improving at that rate, might have himself a job.
Well, he's going to swing at the thrown ball there, 2-0. Up around his neck, came up empty. Well, he's fun to watch in spring training. You can say, well, big deal, spring training. Well, you know what? That's how a young player catches the eye of an organization. That's why he's here right now.
Yeah. And he's looked awfully good in left field. For a guy that came up predominantly as a first baseman only, he's pretty good out there.
Started 2 and went around. Alfredo Simon will be on to pitch for the Reds when the Brewers bat in the 5th inning of his 2-2 game. Reds trying to change it from a 2-2 game before the Brewers come to bat. That ball is killed in the right. I tell you what, man, you're right, Cowboy. You know, just keep an eye on that young man. It may not be too far down the road where he's playing regularly.
Even in this at bat, from pitch to pitch, we saw him swing at the high fastball earlier. This time he gets on top of it, and that ball was hammered. Yuniesky Betancourt at first base didn't even get out of his stance.
So now we roll back over to the top of the order. Chu is walked twice, stolen a base, and scored a run. Strike 1.
Check out Donald Lutz's swing in Exmo. You can see him get right on top of that baseball. Look at the extension and the facial expression. Oh, that guy.
Oh, and 1 to count on Chu. Good pitch here in the inside corner to get ahead, 0-2. Coming back in there, looks like once more. And missed off to the outside part of the plate. Still 0-2 on Chu.
got away with one right there. He wanted it in, and the ball ran back over the middle of the plate with 2 strikes. It's one thing to start it away and you miss away. You start in and you miss the other way, it's going to be right down Broadway.
Runner goes, and it's taken, and the Reds, a team that had a grand total of 10 stolen bases the entire year, are a perfect 2 for 2 so far tonight against Gallardo.
Well, both times that the Reds have run here tonight, it has been on the curveball. Big leg kick from Gallardo. Even if Lucroy catches this ball cleanly, he's not even throwing it to second base. There's no chance.
That's what happened the first time. Chu stole second. Right. He didn't even throw down there. So now an RBI chance for Chu. Reds jumped in front in the third, 2-0. Brewers tied it in the fourth. Here we are in the bottom of the fourth. Reds trying to recapture the lead.
Now it seems when Gallardo is trying to elevate the fastball inside at the hands, as we saw earlier, the ball is going up over the head of the hitter.
2-2 on Shin-Soo Choo. Go ahead run at second base, and we'll do it again. Sold a lot of tickets for tonight's game. It looks like some of those folks may have been scared off by all the rain we had today. Seems to be continuing to get a little more filled in as we go along. Boy, that's just off that inside corner. That's where Gallardo wanted it. Of course, he wanted it on the corner, didn't get it. Now it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Lutz a runner out at second base, and Gallardo to the plate. Breaking ball, and Chu knew it. Strike 3 called.
Well, that is a weapon pitch. You come in with the fastball and you start the curveball in the same spot, and it breaks straight down. That'll buckle you. Pull that baby straight over the top. Look at the tight rotation on that pitch.
Now Kozai, he's put down a sacrifice bunt and flied out to center field. Another breaking ball, this one in the dirt. Lutz came off the bench batting for Cingrani here in the 4th inning. Singled into right, stole second. That came with 1 out in the inning. And then a big strikeout for Gallardo. Now the Reds leaning on Kozai to snap the tie. And he will drop it into right field to hit. Here comes Lutz. Throw way offline. All the way to the backstop. And Kozai breaks a tie. It's a 3-2 game.
That breaking ball takes a lot of energy and a lot of arm power, and this ball just didn't quite have the depth of the pitch that we saw earlier to Shin-Soo Choo. Only so many times you can go into the well. That looked more like a cut fastball than it did the curveball.
So Kozart puts a bat on the ball and drives in the go-ahead run, and now Votto 0 for 2 is struck out and lined out to left field. Fastball off the outside corner. Pitches piling up for Gallardo. He's thrown more pitches than Cingrani did in his 4 innings. We pitch number 91.
Gallardo has not had a clean inning at any point in time in this game. been in the stretch seemingly every time he gets out there. First time in a while we've seen back-to-back fastballs.
Two and two to Votto.
Here comes the breaking ball.
Saw those numbers on Votto. Most of those numbers have been built up batting with runners in scoring position with fewer than 2 men out. Now Votto, for a number of years, whether it was less than 2 outs or with 2 outs, has been lethal in these situations. But this year, with runners in scoring position and 2 out in the inning, Votto 2 hits in 12 at bats. Trying to change that right here and right now. Make it 2 out of 13 actually going back to the first inning. And he draws a walk.
All fastballs until the 2-2 count and back-to-back over-the-top curveballs.
Well, you got to believe this is going to be the final inning for Gallardo either way. His spot is due to lead off the top of the 5th.
Had that big pitch inning back in the first when he walked 2 batters, then again in the third when he gave up the 2 runs, walked 2 batters in that inning. Well, he's got another walk here, and Phillips could really do some damage.
Brandon looks at ball 1. Alfredo Figaro is getting loose in the bullpen. One and one to Brandon.
You go to the bullpen this early for either team. Boy, you were talking about really stretching your bullpen.
That might be what Ron Renicke's talking about right now with former Red skipper Jerry Narron.
Well, this is where you figure out, all right, my 11th and 12th man on my staff is going to have to come through tonight.
Fastball up and away, and you can tell that Gallardo is running on fumes right about now. It followed through after that last pitch, as if to say, man, I got to get out of this thing right now.
He still has a couple of good breaking balls. The pitch he threw to Cozart didn't quite have the snap to it. That fastball is starting to elevate a little bit. It only takes one.
There it was. 2 and 2 to Brandon. That'll make you have some funny looking swings, won't it, Cowboy?
Oh, yeah. You follow a good fastball that's elevated with that pitch. As a hitter, you're looking for the fastball, and you get that thing. Yellowhammer.
Be the 100th pitch of the game for Gallardo. 2 on, 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Struck him out. But the Reds break the 2-2 tie. They get the single by Cozart with 2 out. We go to the 5th. Battle the bullpens the rest of the way. Toyota. See your Toyota dealer or visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by JTM Food Group, let's create great dishes together. Well, we talked about the starters a lot at the beginning of this game, and Giovanni Gallardo, the track record he has, is the main man, the ace of this Brewers staff. But it looks like his night is over after 4 innings. In fact, it is over. They're sending up a pinch hitter. And for Tony Cingrani, we know his night is already over.
I think with either club, you can get into the bullpen in the 4th or the 5th inning. I think you've done what your goal has been from the onset from an offensive standpoint. Now it's up to the bullpen. You kind of like your chances with the Reds bullpen, the way that they've thrown the ball. Brewers have had a tough time in that bullpen playing musical chairs in the closer's role.
You may remember they that was one of their goals, was to overhaul what was statistically anyway the single worst bullpen in all of baseball last year. I mean, in virtually every category of significance that you could find, they were last, if not second from last. Blake Lally comes on to pinch hit for Gallardo. Broken bat pop up into foul territory. Frazier with a nice sliding grab. Nicely done right in front of the railing.
Well, you could see Frazier as he broke on the ball. He put his eye on the ball and then tucked his head as if he was just sprinting towards the wall like an outfielder would turn and run. You can see his head down there sprinting towards the dugout on the third base side, and then the sliding snag. That's a long way to go for the baseball.
Sure is. So now back to the top of the order. Aoki has an infield hit and a single back up through the middle. Perfect 2 for 2. It's picked off ending the 3rd inning. Big Alfredo Simon just celebrated his 32nd birthday a couple of days ago. Simon worked the 9th inning in a series finale against Atlanta, allowed a hit and no runs. Of course, in the opening game of that series, Alfredo came on, faced 6 batters, and struck out every one of them through the 6th and 7th innings. I mean, he was bringing it that night.
It's one of those outings that you have, and it doesn't matter what your career numbers are. When you have an outing like that, it gives you a supreme boost of confidence.
Well, very, very quietly, unless you watch the Reds play every day, you wouldn't even know who Alfredo Simon is. But ever since they found him off the waiver wire the final day of spring training prior to last year, you certainly would have to say he has been one of the most unheralded pickups of any team, of any player, over the last calendar year.
Well, it came from the Baltimore Orioles, a team that was in the playoffs last year as well, and it came at the expense of Todd Frazier, who ended up being sent down on that very day.
You may remember Frazier had made the team out of spring training, left Arizona, was on the team playing, and then we got back to Cincinnati a couple of days before the series opener. Frazier found out that he was on his way south to Louisville. But then he got the chance when Rolen got hurt. The 2 big moments for Frazier, stretches of time, were early in the year when Scotty Rolen got hurt. Frazier had a chance to come up, was given his chance, and he took it and ran. Played marvelous baseball. Then you remember all the talk. Rolen was coming back. What are we going to do with Frazier? Well, they'd spot him here, spot him there. Rolen would need some time off. But then when Votto went down, Rolen was hurt again. And the Reds needed somebody, anybody, everybody to step up. The 2 players that really carried this team as far as run production were Ludwig and Todd Frazier.
And carry they did. Boy, who would have ever thought that the Reds would throw up that many victories without Votto and without Rolen. I don't know how Aoki even put the bat on that ball. He was running out of the batter's box trying to slap it the other way. The ball wasn't there yet, and he just stabbed at it. Like he closed his eyes.
Two again on Aoki. 94 shoves him back off the plate, and now the count has gone full. Segura next. 1 out, nobody on. Reds lead by a run. We're in the 5th. Aoki on for the 3rd time in a game. We'd like to tell you about tomorrow. Over on the Fox Network, Sprint Cup Series racing returns and goes back under the lights as Daytona 500 champion and points leader Jimmy Johnson looks to defend his title. Darlington Raceway, Fox Sports exclusive coverage of Sprint Cup Series racing begins Saturday tomorrow night at 6 o'clock Eastern Time. For a moment, it almost appeared as though that ball hit.
I know. He reacted as though it hit Aoki.
And they're saying it did not, calling that a walk. So now Segura, who started the Brewers scoring with that home run to right field, his last time up, looks at a first pitch fastball, strike 1.
Well, it's going to be important for Simon to make sure that the sinking fastball stays down in the zone. Segura likes to shoot the ball up the middle and the other way, as we saw with the home run.
Into center field, he did indeed shoot it up there. It looked like a breaking ball. And the Brewers have 2 on with Ryan Braun coming up, trailing by a run.
Pretty good job of hitting there. Fastball away. But that's Segura's issue. All he wants to do is shoot the ball up the middle. The other way, it allows him to stay back on the breaking ball, and that's exactly what he does there. Got to make him conscious of the inside part of the plate. As with this guy.
Yes, he homered way back in the right center field his last time up. Ryan Braun. Boy, the numbers this guy has put up. Of course, he's been right in the heart of this seemingly never-ending controversy in Major League Baseball with performance-enhancing drugs. He had the positive test a couple of years ago that was, for the first time ever, overruled by an arbiter, saying that his sample was mishandled by the people that took the test. So he was tainted in that regard before last year. And then during this winter, his name has sprung up again with that biogenesis lab down in his home turf of Miami. And again, nothing in regard to that has been made public by Major League Baseball, but you can rest assured they are investigating that whole situation. That one's in the air. And Cruz there to get it, 2 out in the inning. But the bottom line is, Braun has never been officially suspended without having it turned over. And the bottom line is he has put up ridiculous numbers in every category. home runs, runs batted in, batting average. Already a National League MVP. Even stolen bases. And he was a guy who early in his career, and you certainly have to give him a lot of credit, when they brought him to the big leagues and made him a third baseman. Then all of a sudden they asked him about changing positions, and he said, that's fine by me. And went and did it.
And did it pretty well, I might add.
2 away in the inning, and that's ball 1 on Ramos Ramirez. Of course, the Brewers had another 2-time most valuable player who made a position change in the middle of his career. I'm not so sure I've ever seen a better athlete in my life than Robin Yount. Came to the big leagues as an 18-year-old shortstop, finished his career as a center fielder. 1-0 on Ramirez. And that's too low, 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, that Brewer team had a little thunder in their lineup as well.
Yeah. Two 2-0 on Aramis Ramirez. Tying run at second, lead one at first. Big swing and a miss.
Hard slider down and away, and right on top of this pitch is Simon, making the ball go down and not flat, running away from the hitter. Like a split-fingered fastball there, and a hard one, starting in the middle of the plate and going towards the batter. Still got to make a good pitch on this guy. He's tough with 2 strikes, especially with runners aboard.
Got him swinging, and that'll end the inning. Good job by Simon. He preserves that 1-run lead. Reds bat in the 5th after the strikeout of Ramirez in front 3-2.
Celebrates the multicultural heritage of our region. Now, not only is tomorrow Aroldis Chapman bobblehead day, but it'll be the debut of the Reds wearing the Los Rojos jerseys. They will become the 9th team in Major League Baseball to wear an alternate Hispanic jersey. And the first time that we'll see the Reds wear this And we all know, guys up in the booth, the influence of the Latin players in Major League Baseball. The opening day rosters this year in 2013, 24% were made up of players from Latin American countries. So not only will the Reds be the Reds, obviously, but they'll also be Los Rojos, which of course means Reds in Spanish.
Indeed it does. Thank you very much. That'll be fun to see the Reds donning those tomorrow. And again, that'll be a 4:10 start. Brewers and the Redlegs here tomorrow afternoon, 1:10 on Sunday. Mr. Figaro takes over on the mound. Originally with the Detroit Tigers, hard thrower. Liner and a diving play made out in right field by Aoki. That's a nice play.
You could really see the ball hooked by the path that Aoki took to the ball. He started towards right center field and came back towards the first baseman and had to dive to get it. We talk about some top spin hook on that baby.
So now Frazier is lined to right and drawn a walk. Figaro, flamethrower, very similar to Alfredo Simon in regard to the role that he will pitch. I mean, he's more than capable of giving you 2-3 innings out of their bullpen. Highly touted prospect for the Tigers at one time, but really struggled and went to Japan for a couple of years.
He's definitely got a live arm, but he has been the middle guy for this club after making the club as a non-roster invitee in spring training.
3-1 the count. None of the Reds, outside of one at bat by Cesar Izturis, has ever seen this Brewers pitcher. And Frazier tardy on a 3-1 fastball into foul ground. Betancourt will get it. Just beat him with a 3-1 fastball. We'll get ready for Reds action 30 minutes before every game. We call it Reds Live. And Reds Live, the pregame version, is presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. And of course, Reds Live, the postgame version, where we break it all down on Fox Sports Ohio, is brought to you by Kings Honda and the Kings Auto Mall. Visit KingsHondaUSA.com. Figaro at time, and that is a really quick 1-2-3 inning.
First time tonight.
Yes, indeed. Reds still lead 3-2. We're at the end of 5. Here's your Honda game summary. Reds jumped in front 2-0 in the third. Walk and a stolen base by Chu. Phillips knocked him in with 2 outs. Then Brandon scored all the way from first base on a double off the glove of Aoki and right from Jay Bruce. But it didn't last long. First Segura. Then Braun. Back-to-back to begin the 4th inning to tie the game. But in the bottom of the inning, 2 outs. Little floater into right field by Cozart. Brought in Donald Lutz, who had a pinch hit single and stole a base with 1 out in the inning. And you're up speed 3-2. Most starters are gone. Tony Cingrani 4 innings, 2 runs. Giovanni Gallardo 4 innings, 3 runs. Alfredo Simon pitched out of a 2-on, 1-out jam, retiring Braun and Ramirez in the 5th, and he's out there to begin now his 2nd inning of work. He'll face Lucroy to be followed by Carlos Gomez and then Ricky Weeks here in the Brewers' 6th inning. Reds beginning play 3 games over the 500 mark. There's a soft liner, and that'll be a base hit. Once it got by the mound, no chance for anybody else.
Back-to-back breaking balls in the same spot. Second one is a knock.
Remind you once more, the Ohio Lottery Mega Millions jackpot, $154 million tonight. And they will make the drawing at 11 p.m. tonight. So here we go again. Well, the Brewers have had a base runner in every inning with the exception of the 2nd. Reds have had a base runner in every inning with the exception of the 5th. Gomez 0 for 2. He bounced into a huge double play back in that 4th inning. For those of you not with us, the Brewers had gotten the back-to-back home runs. Then the next 2 batters walked and singled. They had 2 on and nobody out. Gomez hit a ball right up the third base line. Frazier backhanded the ball, stepped on third, and threw on to first. 2 batters later, inning over. No further damage. Alfredo not as sharp tonight as he's been a lot of nights.
It's all about release point, getting that ball out in front just before your fingers leave the baseball. That little bit of touch at the end. Folks like to talk about the finger pressure of moving the baseball, cutting it away, sinking it in.
Tell you what, there must be something about fast baseball games in the nation's capital. Remember those game times we had? We were there. Of course, neither team could hit.
Has a little something to do with it.
Yes.
When nobody's ever on, everybody's looking good.
Nationals had one big breakout game, the first game of that series, but outside of that, 2-2 to Gomez. But they already in the top of the 9th inning in D.C. tonight. Nationals leading the Cubs 7-2. Cardinals already in the 4th inning. They started an hour after we did. And St. Louis a 2-0 lead over Colorado. Pirates beating up on the Mets 6-1 in the 7th. This should be the first out of the inning. It is.
Now that was a much better setup to that batter. Hard sinking fastballs into Gomez that he swings over the top of and gets him out with the hard breaking ball away. You stay in one spot too long, hitters figure it out quick.
Now Ricky Weeks. First pitch fastball right at the thigh. Strike 1. Weeks is fly to right and drawn a walk.
And it looks like Simon is cutting that fastball. He did that on the pitch with the strikeout of Ramirez, cut a fastball away, and that pitch there looked like he cut the fastball just a bit. Normally the fastball from Simon, 93, 94, coming into a right-hander away from a lefty with sink. Start seeing 88s and 89s and 90s flash on the board, and the ball straight. He's cutting it a little bit. There it is again.
Yep.
Thing about that cut fastball, it is a great pitch when it's late and quick, but if it gets a little round, like the ball we saw hit up the middle by Segura and the ball by Lucroy, it's got too much movement. You only want a very small amount of movement at the end, so they hit it off the end of the bat.
Oh, 2. And there it was once more. And Weeks able to just get enough of the bat on it to hang around. Runner at first, 1 out, 0-2 to Weeks. Came with a 93-mile-per-hour fastball that time and missed inside.
You could really see the body movement, the upper part of the body of Weeks starting to go out over the plate after consecutive pitches out on the outside part. I think he can come right back in there. That's the danger of that cut fastball, Tom. When you start to try to make it a swing and miss pitch instead of a contact pitch, you start pulling it off the plate, as that pitch was there, or you try to make it move too much and then it just becomes a cement mixer. Very hittable. No, cement mixers are big and they don't break much. They look like beach balls coming up there.
2-2 on Weeks. And he barely got a piece. Tell you what, Weeks is hanging in there. I mean, it may not be pretty. It's not like he's even made good contact on any of the foul balls, but he's still in there.
In, out, up, down. See Fox tracks there with another pitch up in the strike zone.
Another 2-2 delivery coming to Ricky Weeks. And he put him away this time on that pitch you've been talking about, Cowboy.
Good cutter there. That ball started right on the outside corner and then just took a little bit of dive away. You can see Weeks just pull off of it right at the last second. Nice.
Second strikeout for Alfredo Simon. And now the number 8 hitter, Yuniesky Betancourt. And again, we repeat, don't just assume you're out of the woods here. Betancourt leads his team in both home runs and runs batted in, batting all the way down at the bottom of the order. There it is again. Alfredo's found a new best friend, apparently.
Hey, if it works, throw it till they hit it. That's what he's doing. Use your fastball as your secondary pitch.
Oh, and 1 to count on Yuniesky Betancourt. Run at first is a tying run. Was nasty right there at 93. That's unhittable.
That's the ultimate equalizer. A 93-mile-an-hour fastball that goes straight down. It's like trying to hit a lead pipe. See the fingers roll right over the top of the ball. You can see the two dominant seams there going towards the plate. Well, it looks like it's going to cut away, and then at the last second just bends down and in.
So now ahead of Betancourt at 0-2.
Curveball. Where did that come from?
Well, you know, we've talked about it before. Simon played really any number of roles in and out of that Orioles starting rotation, also in the bullpen. So, I mean, he's just got more than 1 or 2 pitches. He's not one of those guys who comes out of the bullpen and maybe has a fastball and maybe one other something to go along with it. Just doesn't get a chance to throw those other pitches all that much anymore.
He's got a good split finger as well. That's where he breaks it out against the left hand.
Runner goes, and it's fouled away. And that is the catcher running. We talked about that earlier in the game. If you weren't with us, this Brewers team at times almost reckless running the bases. But that's a danger you have when you are an aggressive team. There will be nights where your base running looks very, very bad, but you're putting the pressure squarely on the defense. Ron Renneke, in his 3rd season now managing the Brewers, got him to the playoffs his first year. In fact, got him to the League Championship Series his first year. 1-2 pitch. Just off the corner. That was a thrilling division series. Milwaukee beat Arizona 2 years ago. Then they lost to their division rivals in the LCS, the Cardinals.
Pretty good thump in the middle of that lineup with Fielder and Braun. Didn't matter if you were righty or lefty, you were going to have some trouble somewhere along the line.
2-2 to Betancourt.
We have seen some extended at bats tonight, over and over, both sides.
Bruce with a beat on it. That's all she wrote. 2 scoreless innings for Alfredo. Reds lead 3-2. Presented by Imes and Kroger. Now you better gobble these up because these go as quickly as any tickets outside of opening day. Hurry and visit Reds.com/dog day and get your Bark in the Park dog package tonight. 381 Reds, the number to dial. Diamondbacks will be in town for a 4-game series. Who knows? That could be a big time series where the Diamondbacks are playing and the way the Reds expect they're going to be playing.
And you're right about how fast those tickets go. I would have never believed it. Of course, I'm not one that would bring a dog to the ball game, but there are so many people out there that is their passion, and those tickets are gone. I mean, they're probably gone by the time you got finished reading that.
I think they initially started out putting about 2,500 of those out, then it went to 5,000, and I think it's been upped already. We've already had one of those nights this year. So checking out. Figaro still on the mound. And Ryan Hannigan to be followed by Alfredo Simon if he bats. And then back to the top of the order in Shin-Soo Choo. Simon has 2 at-bats this year and has 1 hit. That is a fair ball. And that'll be a single to begin the inning for Ryan Hannigan. Hannigan's second hit and 3 at-bats, and it's his first game back off the DL tonight.
Well, he got a breaking ball that he hit the first time up in the second. This time he gets a fastball down and away, and that is a pitcher's pitch. And he's able to put it right down the first base line.
Alfredo Simon has never had a sacrifice in his major league career. Of course, he pitched exclusively in the American League. Last year is the first time he ever had a chance to bat. He went 0 for 4. We mentioned 1 out of 2 this year. And did not look comfortable squaring around a bunt there.
That's one of those things where you're sitting in the dugout. If you're Dusty Baker, you look over and say, "Can you bunt?" You all right, bunt? Last thing you want to do is send the guy out of your bullpen up there and he gets smoked with the baseball in the hand. And we've seen that happen to guys that are regular players.
Well, Joe Luckup, our statistician, digging through the numbers, tells us Alfredo Simon had 2 sacrifices in his minor league career. The last came 7 years ago.
Well, this is not a man that's comfortable bunting right there. That is not catching the ball with the bat.
Oh, and 2. And that was not even a contest.
Every pitch away from Simon there. And when you're not at the plate very much, that's what happens. No practice, no action. Now you just got to hope the Reds' top of the order can come out smelling like a rose here. Chu's walked a couple of times, got a base hit, scored a run. Nice if the Reds can get him on again.
Well, it's certainly worth noting that Sam LeCure continues to throw down in the Reds bullpen. Reds have already used Donald Lutz off their bench tonight. They still have Hanahan. Switch hitters is Turris and Robinson. And of course the backup catcher Devin Mesoraco. They sent Corky Miller back to the minor leagues today. We certainly wish him well. Strike 1. Pitch is on the inside corner, and it's 0-2 to Chu.
I have a feeling that Corky Miller has not seen his last day in a big league uniform. I don't know that he'll be back up here again as a player. Maybe. You never know. You never know what's going to happen. But I've got to believe somewhere along the line he'll be back.
0-2 the count on Shin-Soo Choo. And a fastball outside. You know, I think a lot of fans watch a game, Cowboy, and you pitched out of the bullpen for most of your major league career. But you were the closer. The closer is a little bit different animal. You know, you and I have talked about this topic before, and I have often wondered why it is. And maybe it's changed, and maybe, you know, you'll tell me that, well, they actually do. But I have always wondered for years, with all the free time that baseball players really have, that relief pitchers more frequently don't hit, or at least practice their bunting more frequently, especially the guys who are your long men or are guys out of your bullpen that are going to use more than one inning. Now, you wouldn't have a Aroldis Chapman and, you know, doing that kind of thing, or maybe a Sean Marshall. But for guys like, say, LeCure, Andrusik, Simon, as Chu swings and misses, a guy on the mound for the Brewers here, Figueroa. I've just often wondered why you don't see them hit with the starting pitchers before a game, because there's a chance they might hit or bunt in a game.
Well, you know this, and you're very kind to say that I was the closer, but I spent more pitching time out of the closer's role than I did in the closer's role. So I have done everything that there is to do on that mound. I've mopped up, I've started, I've set up, I've closed. But I don't know that I ever practiced bunting outside of spring training during a season unless I was the starting pitcher. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I don't get it. I just don't understand it. All right, we go to the 7th inning. Bottom line is right now the Reds lead 3-2. Cincinnati Children's Hospital ranking 3rd in the nation on the U.S. News and World Report 2012 honor roll for best children's hospitals in America. And by Chevy. Visit your Tri-State Chevy dealer today and get great pricing on a brand new 2013 Chevrolet. I got friends in low places. They've got everybody doing a little karaoke on the big board.
Well, the man
playing that song tonight.
The man that sang that song, Garth Brooks, is about as good as they come. He wanted to play baseball.
Well, he did.
Well,
sooner or later.
He tried.
That's right.
He tried.
That was so much fun seeing him out in Arizona playing during spring training.
Wonderful, wonderful guy. Both he and Tricia, I think they're doing quite well.
Yes, they are. Now, you know Sam LeCure knows this tune.
Yeah.
There's very little doubt about that.
And he's another guy, Tom, out of this bullpen that you have to wonder where the Reds would be from a staff perspective without him. He fills just about every role that there is. We saw a bit of that last year in the first game of the playoffs when Cueto went down, as you had mentioned quite a few times, but LeCure, doesn't matter if it's righties or lefties, he is the consummate pitcher. A little in, a little out, a little on, a little off. Fun to watch.
So the Brewers once more will go to their bench. Logan Schaefer will pinch hit for Figueroa, who does a nice job. Figueroa 2 scoreless innings. And 2 scoreless innings. A nice job by Alfredo Simon. I mean, Alfredo came into the game now and he went through this entire Milwaukee batting order. They put 3 guys on against him over his 2 innings, but the bottom line is not a single run scored. So here we are in the 7th. And generally the quartet of LeCure, Marshall, Broxton, Chapman comes into play now for the Reds. Clearly the strength of that bullpen.
Now this is where you can really start to stack it up. Once you get to the 6th inning, things start to align for the Reds.
Beating their division rivals for the first time in his 2013 season here tonight. Schaefer to be followed by Aoki, whom the Reds have not retired all night tonight. And then Segura.
LeCure came in with the 0-1 fastball. It missed in off the plate. A change up there. He's going to come right back with a fastball in on the inside corner here. Trying to get the hitter to turn away and then bring it right back for a called strike 3.
One and 2 to Logan Schaefer, and LeCure looking in too long for Schaefer's liking. Got him swinging.
He fooled me and Schaefer. Went to the curveball.
Reds fans, why not watch your next Reds game in style? Book your next group outing in the Staples Advantage Triple Play Suites. You have indoor and outdoor seating, an unlimited ballpark buffet, and more. Contact the Reds Group Sales Department, 765-7600, or visit reds.com/groups tonight.
See if the Reds can figure out how to get this guy out. Got a thorn in their side.
Infield hit his first time up. Line drive into center field the next time, and walked into 5th.
The Reds have to be happy that Aoki was not on when the home runs came, because he's been on every time he's been to the plate.
Foul ball. You know, oftentimes when the players come over from Japan, you know, you'll hear people say all the time, well, they're really not a rookie. They've already been playing baseball for, you know, 8-10 years, depending on the player.
Because they've been playing in Japan, the Japanese major league, the majority of time.
But I don't know about you, Cowboy, but you know, I've never bought into that. I mean, you know, the guy is coming to the major leagues and seeing everybody brand new that he's never seen before. Heck, there are rookies that come up in baseball that maybe saw a couple of dozen pitchers in the minor leagues last year. Aoki hadn't seen anybody. And last year we talked about what an outstanding year he had. He had 288, 10 home runs, 50 runs batted in, had just short of 40 doubles, and stole 30 bases. I don't know if you would agree. You know, the writers voted Bryce Harper as the National League's Rookie of the Year. Their peers voted Todd Frazier as the National League's Rookie of the Year. I felt like Wade Miley and Norichika Aoki
deserved as many votes.
Deserved as many, if not more, votes than either one of those guys.
I disagree with you on the coming over from Japan, because I played against those guys over there, They are very good.
Okay.
I mean, they are real good. And to have a big leagues of Japan and a big leagues here, you see how some of their players have made the transition here, and they've done awfully well. Now, granted, not every player is going to be able to do that, but it's no AAA baseball in Japan. I can tell you that right now.
Well, they still haven't gotten him out. Been on base 4 times tonight.
The one thing that Aoki brings to the top of this order is an extended at bat seemingly every time. And he doesn't swing at pitches out of the strike zone from a right-hander. Left-handers give him some trouble. But a right-hander, boy, he really stays in there. I think that's part of the reason that this Brewers club has scored the runs that they have and went on the winning streak that they did. You got him in the #1 spot, then this guy who is really swinging the bat well, and then Braun, Ramirez, and LaCroix, which Gomez was filling part of that time early.
All right, now Segura, he's homered tonight. He has 2 hits, and he's down strike 1.
Sam got away with one right there.
We are in the top of the 7th inning, and the Reds have a 3-2 lead. 3 runs, 6 hits, 8 men left on base for the Reds. 2 runs, 7 hits, and 6 left on. So both these teams through 6 innings have left 14 runners on base.
Really have to crowd this guy before you go away. That last swing, scary.
Aoki picked off by the left-hander Shingrani back in the 3rd inning. 4 steals in 7 attempts on the year.
He was dead in his tracks over there too. He had made up his mind he was heading to second, and Shingrani decides to throw there.
Came in, missed him.
It would not surprise me if they don't hit and run right here. You've got a huge hole on the right side with Phillips shading for the double play ball. And this guy likes to go that way. Really not seeing the Brewers' third base coach go through many signs here tonight at all. Every once in a while.
2-1 the count on Segura. Will they start the runner here? No. The cure's all over the map. These last 2 batters having a hard time finding the strike zone. Walked Aoki. And now 3-1 on Segura.
He's having a tough time with his breaking ball. He's thrown 3 here to Segura, and none have been close. He got a strike on the first pitch only because the hitter was way out in front. It was up and away.
When it goes, all 4. Wow. 2 walks in front of Ryan Braun with a 1-run lead by LaCure here in the 7th inning.
Two-seam fastball misses down, and you can see on the Fox tracks there pitches all over the place except in the strike zone. 2 low, 3 high. And that's not the Sam LaCure that we're used to watching. I think a big issue right now is you've just got to take it 1 pitch, 1 batter at a time. Once you're in this situation, especially with Braun at the plate, you cannot afford to make a mistake here.
Jerry Davis coming out and saying, okay, that's plenty long enough. Ryan Price trots back to the Reds' first base side dugout. Well, LeCure has put himself in a big-time jam, and now he's going to try and pitch his way out of it. Facing one of the most dangerous hitters in all of baseball. LeCure's had good success against him in the past. Braun tonight is grounded out, homered, and popped up to right field. And there's strike one.
There are some guys, when they take the mound, the adrenaline just does not kick in until this kind of situation arises. I don't know how to explain it, because I suffered from it earlier in my career. If you're a Reds fan right now, you got to hope LeCure is able to rise to the occasion.
Well, I can tell you what for one man might be called adrenaline, for that man right there, it's called stress.
Yeah, there ain't no doubt about it. When you can't do anything about it and you're sitting in the dugout, especially being a former player as Dusty is, all you can do is watch and clap and pray and hope and beg and plead. You can really tell that LeCure is having a tough time just going through the thought process on the mound right now. That is his money pitch there. That two-seam fastball that starts off the plate away and comes back to the outside corner. You can see this ball, it started off, came back to the plate, but it was diving down at the same time. Almost too much movement.
LeCure has thrown 18 pitches, 6 of them for strikes.
This pitch just a shave off the outside corner. You get a pretty good idea from the Fox tracks again there, where LeCure is trying to stay with Ryan Braun. Down and away. Do they dare go in here? See that late setup there by Hannigan. Kind of wandered over the heart of the plate until the last possible second and then jumps out to the outside corner, and LeCure nails it. Now it's money time, my friend. Money time. You got to make it or break on either end.
Aoki walked. He's at second. Segura walked. He's at first. Reds have a 1-run lead. 1 out. Ryan Braun waiting on a 3-2 pitch. And here it comes. We'll do it again.
Talk about a guy being a fastball hitter. Ryan Braun can handle the fastball, but he can also handle the off-speed stuff as well. It almost appears from the naked eye that he steps or strides towards the plate ever so slightly, looking to drive the fastball the other way, but yet it allows him to keep his hands back just long enough to handle a breaking ball or a changeup that stay up.
Braun able to foul it away again. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes to Ryan Braun.
But even that fastball there, Tom, started middle away and ran all the way back across the plate. It actually jammed Braun as he made contact.
Reds 3, Milwaukee 2. We're in the 7th inning. 2 on, 1 out, 3 balls, 2 strikes. LeCure against Ryan Braun. And another foul ball out of play. This guy's a tough out, man. He is just one good hitter.
Well, the Reds are cognizant of the fact that he can hit the ball out of the ballpark, so they're trying to make him hit the ball that is down and away. Now, obviously, by Fox tracks, not every pitch has been down and away. Some of them have been elevated in the strike zone. But every pitch, the target has been set up down and away. And you got to wonder if the conversation here is, all right, do we go to a breaking ball now and try to fool him? Do we go to a changeup here? Do we come in? Or do we go with the same old, same old?
Which I would imagine the question Hannigan would have there in that conversation would be, can you throw it for a strike?
I'll tell you when you put it down.
Well, it was a quick sign, even after the conversation. And once more, the 3-2 LeCure to Braun. And once more, another foul ball out of play. 9 pitches so far in this at bat. LeCure against Braun. Talked about it many, many times. You look back over the course of these close games, and it's 4 or 5 at bats total over the course of a game that tend to be the difference in winning and losing. And right now, this tends to be right at the top of that list.
One of those times.
Over the mound, can they turn it? Brandon, barehanded, double play. You gotta be kidding me. One of the best plays you will ever see. Just turned in by Phillips. Bare hand, knee on the bag, throw to first, double play. Holy Moses.
They almost run together here, Tom. You could see Kozar just getting out of the way at the final second. That makes Phillips have to field the ball barehanded. He never even put the glove out there. Look at, he's looking at Cozart and then picks it up at the final second. He didn't even get a chance to set his body. Boy, that's just straight up athletic human reaction at its finest.
We've talked about it all the time. I still go back and I ask the question. And I keep telling myself I'm going to ask every manager and every coach in Major League Baseball
How in the
world anybody other than Brandon Phillips won the Gold Glove at second base in the National League. And I am not in any way disparaging Darwin Barney of the Cubs. But there is no way in the world there is a better defensive second baseman anywhere than Brandon Phillips.
Played with a lot of good ones, but he is the best I've seen.
Michael Gonzalez, one of many changes made in this Brewers bullpen during the offseason. We talked about how poorly they pitched out of the bullpen last year after being so good in that area 2 years ago. Votto, a lazy pop-up into short left center. That's out number one. Votto hitless in 3 at-bats tonight.
I can remember when Michael Gonzalez burst onto the big league scene. A very hard thrower. That big rocking motion on the mound. And really started out tremendously hot. Had to have surgery on the elbow. But he's still able to get it up there a little bit with some velocity on the fastball. Doesn't quite have the consistency that he did early in his career. But when you're left-handed and you can throw strikes, you got a chance.
Big round of applause, rightfully so, for Phillips. This Reds offense is gone to sleep ever since breaking that 2-2 tie. This one down the line. If it's fair, it has a chance. It is fair, and it is gone.
This is Brandon Phillips night at the ballpark.
Well, I don't know how you have a better inning than Phillips has had. The play he made at the critical time, he made it in the top of this 7th inning. Barehanded play, knee on the bag, double play to take care of Ryan Braun, and now this.
That should tell you a little bit about Brandon Phillips, Tom. You said inning. There are a lot of players that would say game. Hey, I made a great play and hit a home run. I had a great game.
And Jay Bruce played perfectly there. That's a hard hit ball back up through the middle. It's thrown out by Segura. Brandon's knocked in 2 of the 4 tonight.
I think the thing that you have to admire about Brandon Phillips is his ability to rise to the occasion. Whether it's a great play on the defensive side or whether it's at the plate with the bat in crunch time when it's 2 outs and you've got to have that go-ahead RBI. Tell you what, for my money, you can style and talk all you want when you can back it up the way he does. If I've got a shiny new red car, I'm gonna drive it, baby, with the top down and the stereo blast. Look at me.
One to Frazier. Reds now with a 2-run lead. Matches their largest lead of the night. And Gonzalez misses up. 2-1. Brought it up the other night. You weren't here, Cowboy. The way that fog looked, that smoke from the fireworks looked, reminds me of old Candlestick Park, doesn't it?
It does. Because it goes up over the top of the stadium and still extends all the way down to the lower deck and then out on just slightly there to the field on the third base side.
Well, if you just put your arm up and block out the stadium you're in, it's
never know where you're at.
You're only reminiscent.
All you need is the foghorns.
That was some kind of place, wasn't it?
Oh, it was some kind of cold too, man. Middle of the summertime, wind blowing 30 miles an hour. Of course, if you were there at 4 o'clock batting practice.
Well, that was the old story about how they sort of got him to pick, and you may remember Peter O'Malley allowed him to pick which city he wanted, Los Angeles or San Francisco, and they took him out at Candlestick Point. Here's ball 4 to Frazier about 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's the most beautiful place you've ever seen in your life. Weather's perfect, no wind, sunshine, right on the bay. And he said, yeah, I'll make this place my home.
I'll take this one.
And Mr. O'Malley said, well, I reckon we'll go down to Los Angeles.
And we're going to let you leave here before the 5 o'clock traffic or the weather comes in, because here comes the fog and the cold wind. That's why the split finger was so good there. With that wind blowing, that ball was dancing all over the place.
Now Xavier Paul. And that one gets away from Lucroy, and into scoring position goes Frazier.
I'm not sure if that one got away from Lucroy, but I know it got away from Gonzalez. That ball bounced a good 3 feet in front of the plate.
Well, you're right about what you said. When this guy first came up, I want to tell you, man, it was gas.
He was lightning in a bottle. I mean, he was something. This is the place, Tom, where you just don't want to take an extra run for granted. This Milwaukee club, as we saw back when they answered with their runs in the 4th inning, back-to-back home runs in the 2 and 3 spot, they can make some noise in a hurry. When you got a chance, you want to play add-on baseball.
Reno, the left-handed batting Xavier Paul, Ryan Hannigan on deck.
He could not throw 3 straight strikes to Frazier. I wonder if he can do it here to Xavier Paul.
Well, there's 2 of them.
Oh, you get me thinking back to that Candlestick Park and the earthquake and the World Series in '89. That's where I grew up as a baseball player. Way far away from Mississippi.
Well, he couldn't throw 3 in a row. So now he'll face Ryan Hannigan.
If you're watching from the dugout, Tom, and you see a pitcher on the mound that is bouncing his fastball in front of home plate, well, that tells me that his command is not real good. Bouncing a curveball is one thing, but if you're bouncing your fastball, your straight pitch in front of home plate, I have a hard time hacking at anything that's not out of the strike zone or not really close. I mean, that ball didn't bounce behind the plate, it bounced in front of the plate.
So now Ryan Hannigan, his first game back tonight, has 2 hits and 3 at-bats, a pair of singles. There's a breaking ball, and it stays high and away. We are in the bottom of the 7th inning. One and oh the count. And there's that fastball that's bouncing again about 2 feet in front of home plate.
I'm not really sure that the Reds need to take the bat off their shoulder right now, and Rick Kranitz is seeing what I'm seeing. And that's a pitcher on the mound that's trying to guide the baseball to home plate. You cannot do that. You start guiding it, you're going to walk the park. see the little shoulder movements, the waving of the fingers back and forth by Gonzalez on the mound. He's having a little difficult time out there in his own right.
Well, let me ask you, now you get into the whole idea about hitting philosophy of an organization. You know, it can change. But right now, based on what you just said, most hitters are salivating 2-0 with 2 on. Are you making this guy throw a strike right now?
No doubt about it.
In the air on the 2-0 pitch, and that's all she wrote. But Brandon Phillips, after the unbelievable play to end the top of the inning, homers in the bottom of the inning, and the Reds lead 4-2.
Ryan Hannigan. Here comes Frazier, a long run towards the third base dugout. A nice sliding catch, and you might ought to put this one on the VCR. Nice play, Brandon Phillips. Might be talking about that one for a while.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Barehanded snag at second of the ground ball, and that was not a big high hopper that you would normally see someone reach out for. Ball was by the bag and actually past the bag by the time he got his hand on it.
Saw the changes for the Reds, starting in left field with Derek Robinson replacing Xavier Paul, and now on to pitch the 8th inning. He's only had one bad game the entire year, but that's why the earned run average is up over 5. He gave up 6 runs in 1 inning in Pittsburgh against Jonathan Broxton.
Well, the Reds are going to the whip right now. Broxton and then on to Chapman. This is the 8th and 9th inning story for the Reds.
Ramos Ramirez to start things for Milwaukee. First pitch swinging on a fastball and fouls it off, 0-1.
Ramirez really appears to be trying to lift the baseball much more than I've seen him in the past.
Ramirez only playing, we brought up earlier, in his 9th game of the year. Got injured right from the get-go the opening week of the season, sliding, injured his knee. His 23 games.
And he did not want to go on a rehab assignment. He said, I don't want to do that. I'm staying up here.
Well, 11 for his first 27 ain't bad.
No, I didn't.
Now he's 0 for 2 here tonight with a pair of strikeouts. Brewers started out terribly. They won 9 games in a row to get over the 500 mark, but They are coming off an extremely disappointing homestand. They went 3-6 against 3 pretty good teams. The Pirates, the Cardinals, and the Rangers. They were swept 4 games last weekend by the Cardinals. And I mean, the Cardinals just completely blew them up. It was no contest over the 4-day series.
And it was billed as being a big-time run-scoring fest, and the Cardinals met their obligations on that, but the Brewers did not.
Well, there must be something going on in both bullpens tonight, because the control has not even been shaky. It's been downright poor. That is 4 walks out of the Reds bullpen now in 3 innings in 1 batter.
Well, the first pitch is a fastball, and he gets a swing and a miss here. But after that, breaking ball away, takes it. A hanging breaking ball up and away. Another well outside. He tries to come in on the fastball here, and Jerry Davis, the home plate umpire, says, You got to go to work again.
Well, now you've walked a batter, which brings a tying run to the plate. And here's Jonathan Lucroy. The Reds have not done it. And Dusty Baker has gone on record as saying that early in the year he's not going to do it. Aroldis Chapman has not pitched this entire homestand. Straight up and playable. 1 out.
I think every pitcher is different in that regard, Tom, from a bullpen perspective. I think for Jonathan Broxton, obviously with that many days off, 5-6 days off, he's not as sharp when he has that many days off coming into a tough ball game like this is tonight, or a 1-run ball game. For Chapman, well, we'll see. But I would think that is up to Dusty and the big left-hander down there to have that discussion. Because there are many guys that pitch out of the bullpen on the 3rd day off. I got to pitch on day 4. Some of them I've got to pitch on day 3.
I got to tell you what, they're doing Broxton some favors here. That one popped up into short right field. So he retires 2 batters in a row on back-to-back pitches after walking the leadoff man in the inning. We look ahead to tomorrow right here on Fox Sports Ohio. Reds Live gets underway at 3:30. Big Matt Latos. Boy, he's put together just a rock-solid year so far. He has been, without a doubt, the best pitcher in the Reds rotation. Not even close.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. And you look at what his track record has been after the month of April. It bodes well for Matt Latos here in 2013. Because Aprils have always been his nemesis from a statistical standpoint.
2 down for Ricky Weeks. Ball 1 away. You look out there on this date in Reds baseball history, and if you want to know how much a game of baseball has changed over the last 40 years, look no further than that note. Pete Rose hit a 2-run home run in the 9th inning off Ferguson Jenkins in a 7-6 win over the Cubs at Wrigley Field. You say, what are you talking about? That means Ferguson Jenkins had given up 5 runs as a starter through the front 8 and ran him out there for the 9th inning.
That would never happen today.
In a million years.
No chance.
Wow.
There is definitely a different type of handling of a pitching staff now than there has ever been in this game.
and 1
specialization.
Oh, yeah. 2 and 1 on Ricky Weeks. Of course, in all fairness to Ferguson Jenkins, he is arguably the greatest strikeout to walk ratio pitcher maybe in the history of the game.
No doubt about it.
And I'm not talking about 100 starts. So you'll break that down and you read some guy that you never heard of.
Right.
You break it into 300, 400, 500 starts.
The big chunks.
Yeah. 2-2 the count on Ricky Weeks. And he's gone and the inning is over. Broxton recovers from a leadoff walk, retires 3 in a row. Reds back, bottom of the 8th inning, leading the Brewers 4-2. You providing us with our Nissan drive of the game that came after his dazzling play defensively on a double play from Ryan Braun to end the inning. Phillips homered to the seats and left to make it a 2-run game, and that's where we are as the Reds come to bat. They're hoping it's the final time they'll have to do that tonight. Last of the 8th inning.
This is what happens when you are not able to do what you have done in previous years as the closer. You end up pitching in ball games where you're behind and on the road, because when you're at home, the home fans are not happy, and neither is your manager, because you're not getting anybody out.
Yeah. Well, those numbers will make you cringe. Originally drafted by the Reds was John Axford.
This guy has a phenomenal arm. He still throws the ball very hard. But the problem that he has right now is confidence in a second pitch. And as we have discussed many times, Tom, you can throw it as hard as you want. But if you don't have something else up here, they're going to figure you out.
And that is a bunt hit. I mean, he could have crawled down to first. Nicely done by Derek Robinson.
I don't know that you could have rolled that bunt out there with your hand any better than that. Perfect drag bunt. All you want to do is get it by the pitcher, and that is about bunting precision as its finest.
We know that Robinson can really run. Now Shin-Soo Choo the batter. This is a situation that just screams for giving Robinson a chance to run. Axford, not a good move at all over to first base. Robinson well over 300 stolen bases in his minor league career, one of 2 in the big leagues. See, Axford picks that leg up high and delivers ball 1 to Shin-Soo Choo.
Well, we saw that earlier with Giovanni Gallardo, the big high leg kick leading to 2 Reds stolen bases, and with Axford concentrating so much on trying to figure out his mechanics and his pitching to home plate, he's much more concerned about Choo right now than he is about the runner at first. Steal it. Steal it.
Well, when Axford burst on the scene coming out of nowhere, he had that unbelievable 2011 year. Man,
got ugly quick, didn't it?
Real ugly.
You can see the fastball from Axford, 92, sometimes can get up near 95, 96, but it is straight as a string. And for most big league hitters, that's how they like it. Firm and straight. If you can't cut it or sink it or take something off of it, they're going to get it.
Really not much of a lead over there by Robinson. Almost as if to say, we're not running.
Yeah, you wonder right now, is this a situation where you're playing for a big rally here to try to blow this game open? And you can't fault the Reds if that's what they're trying to do. But if Choo makes it out, I think you got to run if you're on first base with Derek Robinson. Well, you watch Axford pitch, and every pitch is mid-thigh. Nothing is down, a quality pitcher strike. It's all up, right around the thigh, upper thigh. He may catch the corner here or there, but those are very hittable pitches.
You can even see a significant difference in Axford just the way he carries himself on the mound. I mean, this is clearly a guy now who's looking for answers just by his body language.
Yeah, he's feeling for the strike zone, but you see there on the Fox tracks, there is nothing down in the bottom part of that strike zone. And it's such a fine area of release point. I mean, it's just microscopic from where you push from one to the other.
Ball 4.
Tom, you asked me earlier, do you take here 2-0? You've got a guy that's having a difficult time on the mound. I think what you do here with Axford on the mound, you know that he's going to be around the strike zone, but you have to make him get the ball down in the strike zone because his down is mid-thigh.
Well, the Brewers defensively believe Cozart will be asked once more to bunt. 2-1, not out, no sign of one on the first pitch. That's a good breaking ball right there. Strike 1.
That was the breaking ball that Axford had in that first year that we showed you on the statistical measures when he saved 46 ball games. When you've got a big over-the-top curveball like that to go with a mid-90s fastball, if you're throwing both for strikes, there's not too many folks around here going to hit you. But that big over-the-top curveball is about as inconsistent as you can get from a pitch standpoint. Axford's got to be wondering right now what the heck is going on. I just want to try to get the ball to the plate. I don't want to pick anybody off. I don't want to have to worry about bunt plays. I just want to pitch. Try to figure myself out.
Runners go, and Cozart pops it up on an 0-1 pitch. Boy, is that not peculiar. We have not seen the Reds do much of any hitting and running at all the entire year. And here with Cozart on an 0-1 count, the Reds start the runners.
I think that was definitely a hit and run by the reaction of Cozart, the way that he swung the bat, but don't know.
Now Joey Votto, 2 on and 1 out. Breaking ball in there, strike. Getting a better feel for that breaking ball here. First with Cozart, now first pitch to Votto. Joey 0 for 3 in the game. He walked back in the 4th inning. Hit the ball hard once. That was back in the 3rd. When he had a line drive right at Ryan Braun in left field.
That's the first pitch yet that Axford has thrown down in the strike zone. He just held on to that one too long. Trying to get the ball in to Votto.
Reds leading by 2. We're in the last of the 8th inning. There's a fastball right down the can. Strike 2.
That was a cookie right there. That's the pitch when you question a player like Votto. That's the pitch that you question. Well, because you're not trying to jack that ball there, a fastball middle in. Pretty good healthy hang at that. Now that's the kind of swing that you would expect on the 1-1 fastball that was middle and in from Joey Votto. This is the kind of hack that you want to see from Votto right there. He just missed that one. Fouled it straight back. Those are the ones as a pitcher you think, I got away with one. Seemingly pretty obvious, Tom, what teams are trying to do now with Votto. They are trying to pound him inside because he has looked so bad on a couple of fastballs that have been right at his hands where it's kind of gotten between on the check swing. Very rarely do you see anything out over the plate anymore unless it bounces.
Runners take off, and it's ball 4, and they're loaded. Well, I don't know what it is about that bullpen tonight for both sides. The last 2 Brewers pitchers have walked 4. Don't forget the Redlegs on Sunday, May the 26th will be here at Great American Ballpark. And don't forget, you get a ticket, you get a post-games concert featuring the Beach Boys. That is Sunday, May the 26th. We have the Reds for 48, 4 for 48 ticket deal going on. Visit Reds.com/tickets. That's going to be a great day indeed. So now they're loaded for Brandon Phillips. Already with a pair of RBIs tonight. started 3 batters in a row with a first pitch breaking ball and 3 in a row with strikes.
What Jonathan Axford has to get through his mind is that breaking ball there is plenty enough. If you can throw it on the first pitch like that, you don't have to do a whole lot more with it. This is where a lot of pitchers get in trouble, Tom. They try to do too much once they get ahead. And you spend 3 pitches trying to strike the batter out versus just getting him out on the very next pitch.
Loaded for Brandon. Fastball high.
And that target from LaCroix was exactly the same as the pitch before. Just wanted a middle-in fastball.
Reds with a chance to bust this one wide open. But it'll have to be somebody else. Phillips is out on strikes, and that'll bring up Jay Bruce. 2 out in the inning. Threw a fastball right by him in 94. Been a good night, however, for Phillips. He's knocked in 2. Been on base 3 times. And the play of the night of any play that'll be made in Major League Baseball, I'll bet you it was the one we saw from Brandon Phillips tonight.
Might be the play of the week. Might be the play of the month.
All right, well, if you're Jay Bruce, are you saying, well, he's thrown 3 batters in a row, a first pitch hook. Would he do the same to me?
And he did. And the last thing that you want if you're Jay is to swing at that thing.
Yeah.
Right now, if you're Jay Bruce, you're looking for a fastball, middle in. And if you get it, crank it.
Jay 1 of 4 and an RBI double back in the 3rd inning. A ball and a strike. Derek Robinson started the inning with a bunt single. Chu walked. Gozart popped up. Votto walked to load him up before the strikeout of Phillips. And now they're loaded with 2 away. Reds in front by a pair. High pop-up whistle in the inning. Like something that's plagued the Reds all year long. All right, Aroldis Chapman coming on to try and nail it down. Reds in front 4-2. Reds in front and looking for his 8th save of the year. Flame-throwing left-hander Aroldis Chapman. The only reason that ERA jumped from under 1 to above 2 was a 1 outing. Had where he allowed 3, and now he's trying to forget all about that and get save number 8.
Now the big issue for Chapman, as we have seen, throw strikes, you keep the ball down, but the big issue for him, probably more so than anything else, is strike 1. When he is throwing strike 1, more times than not, you can forget about it.
He has not blown a save this entire year. He has not pitched since last Saturday.
But he's got his old reliable behind home plate, and that's Ryan Hannigan.
Well, right now the pitcher of record for the Reds would be Alfredo Simon. Giovanni Gallardo is still the pitcher of record for Milwaukee. So here we go. Betancourt, a pinch hitter, and right now they have Jeff Bianchi standing in the on-deck circle. And then back to the top of the order in Aoki, and Chapman kicks and fires, and there's Steve Reichwan at 96 miles per hour. Normally it takes a big fella a couple of pitches to get cranked up to 96, 97 and beyond, but right from the get-go cutting it loose tonight. Oh, 0-2 on Betancourt, who is 0 for 1 against Chapman.
You have to wonder, Tom, for a closer and a guy that throws the ball as hard as Chapman does it really benefit him to have 6 and 7 days off at a time and then come back and only pitch 2 days in a row?
That ball is hit very hard into left field, and look at Derek Robinson go get it. What a play that was.
Hanging breaking ball, and Robinson runs down a mistake. Tom, you talked earlier about the many stolen bases this youngster had in the minor leagues. He showed a little bit of his wheels there to go get that baseball. That ball was hit on a line, and he made that catch look pretty easy.
Boy, was that a nice play. The pitch to Bianchi, the pinch hitter, 97 miles per hour.
Look how far Derek Robinson has to travel to get that baseball, and that's a right-hander hooking away from him. So after that line drive, Chapman got it together in a hurry, didn't he? His last 2 pitches had a little giddy up to it.
Well, the question is, and he's come back now with an 0-2 slider. You mentioned he hung the breaking ball a moment ago. Does he throw an 0-2 here to Bianchi? Negative.
And he's climbing the ladder with velocity. Oh, I'm the heater again. Oh, I'm the heater. This is where I go back to having the 6 or 7 days off. How good is your control or your release point or any of those things going to be when you've had that much time off? And I realize that this is relatively new for Chapman pitching on back-to-back days, but if you have 6 days off, then you should be able to pitch 3 or 4 days in a row.
Bianchi hanging around, able to fight off that 98-mile-per-hour fastball.
You got to really like the back end of this Reds bullpen. You've got two big league closers with probably one of the best left-handers in the game in Sean Marshall. Broxton and Chapman back to back.
Another ball pretty fairly struck there, and that'll chase him back to the warning track. That was on a 95-mile-per-hour fastball. So now it'll be Aoki. Reds an out away from winning the opening game of this 3-game series against their division rivals, the Milwaukee Brewers. It would push their record to what would match a season best, 4 games over the 500 mark. These two teams will go back at it tomorrow afternoon at 4:10 in the afternoon, and tickets are available. So come on down to the ballpark. Here's Aoki. They've not retired him tonight. 0-1. Aoki, a pair of hits and a pair of walks.
It's fixing to get real loud in here.
Well, you throw that slide piece right now, we're going home. Because Aoki looks like he's at least looking dead red. And
well, if you do throw him the fastball, you want it elevated. You don't want another pitch down.
There's a fastball, and he just laces that thing right in there. Man, what a good-looking hitter he is. Say what's right down the middle. Yeah, it's down the middle at 98 miles an hour.
And he put the bat head right on it. Hannigan had set up down and away, and this ball just right to the bat head.
Cowboy, you know, this is a thing that I don't understand. And you and I could have a 2-day talk about this, and here comes a tying run, so we're not going to. But you know, here's the thing I just don't get. You know, they talk all the time about how you want to get a guy to work on his other pitches and all that kind of thing. But yet, you know, you hang one here in the inning that the guy hits out to the wall, and now you're not going to throw another one. There's a swing and a foul ball out kind of play. Now, we know this guy can hit a fastball.
Well, it also goes back to what we were talking about earlier with having 6 or 7 days off. It's very difficult to keep a breaking ball sharp. It's not going to affect your velocity on your fastball when you have 5 or 6 days off, but it will affect your breaking ball. I can tell you that for sure. You don't throw it, it ain't going to be there.
0-1 count. Well, there was something he took a little off of. Aoki going into second base. I mean, he had no chance to hit this pitch at that speed.
That's actually a changeup. I thought it was a split finger, but it was a changeup from Chapman at 89. That's most guys' number 1. And it had good action down and away.
Well, he tried it again. One and 2 on Segura.
You can see Chapman trying to backdoor the breaking ball there, and it just gets to the side of his hand.
Dribbler, and that'll roll foul. Well, this is Segura now, who's been on base 3 times himself tonight, including a home run to right field. that came against Tony Cingrani in the 4th inning, and this young man has 5 home runs already this year. So this is no gimme, and we know who's standing in the on-deck circle. This is a huge at bat right here, trying to put this thing away with 2 outs in the 9th inning.
He didn't have a very good swing at all at that last fastball in.
Boy, Hannigan's getting a workout. Chapman throwing more off-speed pitches in this at bat than the prior 3 combined.
You can see where the slider is. It's either hung up in the zone that was lined out, or it's bouncing right into the dirt. And he's shaking it off. He does not want to throw that pitch.
Two and two to Segura. Wow, this is going to bring in a run.
That was a fastball that bounced in front of home plate.
Wild pitches bringing the Brewers within a run. This is straight down to the ground.
Well, you said it earlier. It's been a long time since Chapman's been on the mound. If he's going to stay sharp, he's going to have to pitch sometimes in the middle of the week.
Well, he strikes out Segura, chase ball 4. So when all is said and done, it is a save for Aroldis Chapman, who has still not blown one of those all year long. And the Reds have won it by a final score of 4-3. 4-3 our final. Reds beat the Brewers in the opener of this 3-game series.